All right, thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Mark Boreski. I will be chairing this session of the Board of Revision. My apologies, we're starting a little bit late because of some technical difficulties. I'd also like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. Please note that when you're joining the meeting via Zoom, all participants will be placed in the waiting room and your microphone will be muted until the host lets you into the room. You can follow the hearing live via the City's Board of Revision YouTube channel. When your property is called upon, you will be allowed from the waiting room and permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once you have been heard, you can leave the meeting and continue to watch the hearing live via the Board of Revision YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. With me on the panel today is Doug Marks and Gisela Rempel. The secretary today is Belen Rojo, and the assessor is Nathan Kupfer. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the Board's decisions by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. So we will proceed with item 1 on our docket today. That address is 157 Clyde Road. Ms. Rojo, could we have the swearing in of the parties, please?
Mr. Assessor, please state your full name.
Nathan Stephen Kupfer.
And you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Hello, will both of you be speaking to the hearing today?
Yes, well, yeah, I will be speaking and she can speak it. Yeah, both of us are in, yes.
Okay, then I will need to affirm both of you. I'll do one at a time. Mr. Applicant, will you please state your full name?
Yes, my name is Nahom Asfahakidane.
And you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Madam Applicant, please state your full name. And you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right. Mr. Kupfer, could we proceed, please, with your evidence?
So the first property today, 157 Clyde Road, roll number 1408-157-1800. This is in the East Elmwood neighborhood. It's a two-story. It was a duplex, but it's recently been converted to a triplex. The year built is 1960, the exact same as all four comparables that you see before you. The living area is 2,170 square feet, again comparable to 1 through 4. It has the full basement with the fully finished basement. So this is where the third suite was added, according to our information for the property. It's a new basement suite. 2 full baths with a 3-piece to go along with that. It does have central air conditioning, no fireplace, and no garage, according to our records. The lot size is slightly larger than the comparables, about 7,200 square feet. The property was purchased in November 2017 for $295,000, and the 2020 assessment is currently set at $378,000. So the reason we're here today, I believe, is after the purchase, the permit was taken out to renovate the property. Essentially, they converted it from a duplex to a triplex by finishing off the basement and making a basement suite. And that caused a supplemental assessment notice, which was then appealed. So at this time, the city is going to recommend that the 2020 assessment of $378,000 be maintained. You'll see that it is higher than the 4 comparables in terms of price per square feet. None of the 4 comparables have an official basement suite like the subject property does, which is why the assessment comes in a bit higher. So, thank you.
Mr. Kedana, do you have any questions of the assessor about the information that he has presented?
Yes. In the evidence that has been submitted this morning, it says there is half bath. There is no half bath in the house. So if you can correct that one, please.
The information is presented shows a half bath with shower, which means our bath count is showing 2 4-piece bathrooms. That's a bathroom with the tub and shower combo. And then the half bath with shower would be a 3-piece bath, just a toilet, a sink, and a standing shower. So 2 full bathrooms with the tub shower combo, and then 1 bathroom with just a standing shower. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. But it says also shower. Can you please clarify that for me?
The half bathroom with shower means it's a 3. That's how we qualify a 3-piece bathroom. So that means 2 of the bathrooms have a toilet, sink, and a tub shower combo. Yes. And then 1 of the bathrooms, the half bathroom with shower, is just a toilet, sink with just a standing shower and no bathtub.
Okay. No, I was just. But it shows here it has shower too. So I was just we just tried to clarify that. It says shower at the additional 2. So also, I guess you were just saying in your opening statement, we convert this house by finishing the basement to make it official triplex. But the basement was finished before the assessment. When it was 327, the basement was finished. The only thing that we changed was we tried to meet the code by having a double ceiling, fire rated drywall. That's what we did. But it was finished before in your assessment, and then still the same finish. Nothing changed. The house was 2170 square feet, the living space.
Sir, if you could perhaps hold off on the additional information that you want to tell us.
Sure.
Just to find yourself right now to questions of the assessor about his information. Then you'll have a chance to talk about the property afterwards.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any further questions about what he presented here?
No, I don't have. Other than that, no, I don't have.
Okay. In that case, I will turn to the members of the panel. Mr. Marks, do you have any questions of the assessor?
Just one. The 2170 square feet, does that include the basement suite as well?
No, that does not include the basement suite. All of our square footage measurements are above grade.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mrs. Rempel, do you have questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay. Then it's my turn. Mr. Cuffer, could you tell us about your map? And then subsequently, could you also, in your presentation, go over the map and tell us what we need to know about the locations of the comparables and the subject, their configuration, that sort of thing, what have bearing on value?
Well, in terms of our comparables here, they are all, like I said, built within the same era. If you were to walk past them on the street, they all look quite similar. They're all very similar properties within close proximity with one another. As you can see on the map, 157 Clyde has a bit of a irregular shape, which is why it's upwards of 7,000 square feet in comparison with comparables 1 through 4. The commercial influence is a row house building that it backs onto here. Same as comparable number 1 at 137 Clyde. Beyond that, not much to say. Like I said, all within close proximity, all built around the same time, all very similar buildings. The main difference here is that the subject property has had that conversion in the basement.
Okay, so then the time-adjusted sale price per square foot on the comparables ranges from 147 up to 172. The subject is at 174. What accounts for it being just outside the range of the comparables?
So it would be the addition of that third suite and the additional rental income that that suite would be able to bring in, or the additional functionality of having 3 units instead of 2. All 4 comparables are only 2 units. The subject property is 3, which would increase the value.
So unless I misunderstood, it appeared that in his questioning, the applicant was saying that the basement had already been finished. Does that mean that that finishing just had not been accounted for by the assessment department previously, and it was only upon the work done by the applicant that the house was looked at again and those changes were discovered? Am I right?
It was upon the permit being pulled. A review was done of the property. We updated our information at that time. It looks like some basement finish had already been accounted for. The main difference here was the addition of that third suite, which does add some value within our assessment model.
And that addition of the third suite was done when?
We updated our records for in 2020. The permit was pulled just after purchase, I believe, so in about 2018.
Permit in 2018, update in 2020. And are you saying that that update then accounted for both work done between 2018 and 2020 and some previous unaccounted for work, or was the finishing of the basement already accounted for in the previous assessment?
It appears the finished basement was already accounted for. However, when we do convert it from a 2-unit building to a 3-unit building, that does also add some value within our model beyond just the addition of the square footage of basement finish.
I see. And so the time adjusted sales of the comparable properties vary from 327 to 344. That's all a fairly tight range. This property you have assessed at 378, and that is because the other ones do not have, they're not triplexes, they're duplexes. Consequently, there is about a $40,000 increase attributable to it now being a triplex?
That is our position, yes.
I see. Okay. All right. Well, that's the questions we have for the assessor. Now turning to you, Mr. Kidane, could you please tell us what information you may have that have bearing on the value and the amount that you're suggesting that would be more appropriate?
Yes, thank you so much for the opportunity. I guess in the comparison that has been given to us, or if you can see the comparison number 2 and then number 4 has multiple garage, but when it comes to our place, it doesn't have garage. Yes, the house has 7,000 square feet, but it's a pie shape. At the end of the road, it's a pie shape, but it looks like a big square. But I guess the assessor also mentioned that it has more rental income. No, that is completely not true. We could have rented a place the same amount that we are renting now if we had basement included with the main floor as it was. So there's not much change in when it comes to rental income at all. It's only $100 or $200 difference in a month. So that shouldn't be a big factor here. And the basement was finished. We didn't change anything. We didn't add a bathroom. The bathroom was there. The whole thing was there. The wall was there. Everything was there. The only thing that we did was we changed it to meet the code, like to keep the tenant safe. I guess that's what we are trying. That's what we try to do, to keep the tenant safe, whomever is going to be in the place, by doing double fire rated wall. So I guess if that is going to be increasing 45,000 for adding double drywall, just you tell me. But that should be the assessed, but that is too high for that double drywall. We only added double drywall. That's the only thing is added here. The whole thing was existing. And then in your assessment, yes, it was 327 in 2018. Yes, I guess 344. I didn't see that, but it was tight. But I'm not sure why it took it from 327 or 332 all the way to 387 or 83 or 378. I'm sorry. We found it very high, so it should be. We spend, I guess, when we try to convert that one, I guess if I have to use your word, we spend 10 or I guess 10,000 to the whole thing. So, but now we see ourselves it's almost 45,000 added in the value. We found it too high. The assessment is too high, extremely high. It's too high. That's not the right value.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kupfer, do you have questions of the applicant?
I do, yes. You mentioned you had tenants in the basement. What's the approximate?
Sorry, I have to excuse because we have kids, so we have to let them go. Okay, excuse me, why didn't you give him this one again? I'm sorry.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
Do you currently live in the home in 157 Clyde?
No.
Okay, so you rent 3 units within the home?
In that, yes, 157, yes.
So what are the rental amounts that you charge for each unit?
Yeah, well, the main floor is 1,200 and then the basement is 800, so it's 2,000. So prior to that, we could have rented it, I'm sure, for 1,800 or 1,900 without dividing it. It's only $100. We try to be fair because we came from a place where people were struggling to live, and then we try to be fair as much as we can because we are not here to make profits. We are here to make housing accessible because we grew up with not that opportunity. So the opportunity that has been given to us by this country, we are trying to share it with someone who is less fortunate than us here. So, but we are not trying to make profit here. Yeah, when I'm saying that one, I'm saying it sincerely.
When you purchased the property, was there a kitchen or any sort of kitchenette in the basement?
Yes, it was. Everything was there, yes.
There was already a kitchen and a stove in the basement?
There was a kitchen setting, there was everything, but we added that. The only thing that we added was we added couple cabinets. That's all we did. Okay.
And you rent the main floor and the upper floor together for $1,200? Is that what you said?
No, upper floor is different. It's we rent the upper floor because that was not part of it. It's 1,300, and then the main floor is 1,200, and then the basement is 800 as of today.
Mr. Kupfer, I'm sorry, but I'm confused as to why you're pursuing the rent. This on the income approach, what rent or what bearing does the rent have on the value derived?
We aren't going to be pursuing the income approach. The point I was going to make was that if you add up the 3 rental amounts for the 3 different suites, it's going to be considerably greater than if you were to rent out the building as one. The point being, the more dwelling units that you add, the more value you're creating.
But what approach have you used with the valuation that you have come up with?
The direct comparison approach.
All right. Well, let's to that then. And if you change that later, that's fair game. But let's stick with that one for now.
Okay.
For further questions?
No.
Okay. Mr. Kidana, do you have a completely separate access to the outside from that basement suite?
The house has, yes, three different access, yes.
Three different doors to the outside.
Yes,
Okay. And those three doors were there prior to your doing the renovation that you did?
yes, they were, yes.
Okay. Mr. Marks, questions?
No, I think all my questions have been answered. Thank you very much.
Ms. Rempel?
No, I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, in that case, that concludes the discussion of item number 1. Thank you very much for appearing, Mr. Kidana. We will be coming up with our decision following the hearing, and you will be informed of it via an order that will be mailed to you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, let's move on to item number 2. If I can find my material. We're using a different process via Zoom today for all of the materials. Instead of sending them via emails, I have access to Drive. So it just takes a minute for me to find the materials. All right, so item number 2 is 2855 St. Mary's Road. And we have our applicant ready, do we?
Yes, good morning.
Okay, good morning. Then Ms. Rojo, could we have the swearing in of the applicant?
Madam applicant, will you please state your full name?
Marie J. Lushinsky, Lushinski.
Thank you. And do you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. So the assessor will speak to his evidence first, and then you will have a chance to ask questions. So for now, the assessor will present.
Okay, thank you.
We're talking in this case about both the assessed value and the classification. Is that correct, Mr. Kupfer?
That's correct. I believe both were checked off on the appeal form.
All right. Proceed.
Number 2855 St. Mary's Road, roll number 0800672510. It's in the St. Vital Perimeter South neighborhood. It's a 1-story single-family dwelling constructed in 1974. Living area of 1,700 square feet with a full part area basement. The basement does have some basement finish, 1 full bath and 1 3-piece bath. No air conditioning. It does have a fireplace, and it does have a single garage, a double garage, as well as a shop building of about 2,200 square feet. And the assessed lot size, considerably bigger than the comparables, just over 1 million square feet, 1,128,000. This property has already come under appeal for the 2020 assessment and was reduced by the Board of Revision. Give you the exact number here.
Sorry, we're dealing with 478,000 or?
Yeah, that's correct. I'm saying it was already reduced. As you can see on my last page of my brief here, I included the decision where it was reduced from 513,000 to 478,000 for 2020. The reason we're dealing with it again is because of the class code change, and then the owner also checked off assessed value again for the property. So the 4 comparables here are all in the surrounding neighborhood. They're all in St. Vital South. However, they are all fairly different properties, as the subject is fairly unique. Comparables 1 and 2 are 1-story single families, similar to the subject. Comparables 3 and 4 are 1.5 stories. They're all built around the same time, late 60s, early 70s. The living area varies between just over 1,000 square feet to about 1,968 square feet. They all have full basements with some basement finish. They all have the same bathroom count as the subject. Comparables 1, 2, and 4 have air conditioning. Only comparable 3 and 4 have the fireplace. And all 4 comparables have a garage, 1, 2, and 3 with a multi-garage, and 4 with an attached garage, 1, 2, and 3 with a detached garage. The lot sizes are all considerably smaller than the subject. I wasn't able to find a comparable with of this lot size. So we're looking at between 96,000 square feet and 218,000 square feet. They're all within fairly close proximity. Sale prices for the 4 comparables range from a low $466,800, the time adjusted sale price, up to $491,300, or a time adjusted sale price per square foot, ranging from $249 per foot to about $433 per foot. So our subject property is on the low end of the comparables, despite having a vastly larger lot already, $281 a foot, and the 2020 assessment of $478,000. A review was done of this property as well as some others. For only the classification, when we did our adjustment here, we removed the farm classification from the property, as our best evidence showed that there was no farming taking place. And the assessment was maintained in line with the Board of Revision's decision, $478,000, so we didn't touch that. So we are recommending that both the assessment be maintained at $478,000 and the class code for the property be maintained at what we assessed it at, which is residential.
Okay. Ms. Lashinsky, do you have questions of the assessor about the information that he presented?
Yes. Okay, the farm property is, well, really, why is it classified as residential when I don't live on that whole property? All I have is 1 acre from my house. And I don't farm there, no. Since my husband passed away, I don't farm anymore. And anyway, there's just been too much water there, like swampy water. And
Lashinsky, could you just ask questions of the assessor about his information? And then later, when you present your evidence, you could tell us about the property.
Okay. So what do you want me to do?
Do you have questions about what he presented? You could ask for clarification rather than telling us your evidence.
Okay, then. Well, I'd like to know why he changed the status of my farm property.
Okay.
When nothing has changed in the past 20 years.
I can
okay. And also, what my house, you tell me the proximity of my house, the area, the square footage, and all that. It's not only a house that's involved in some areas. It's the environment or the area surrounding the house. Not every house can be approximately the same or close, because most houses are in a livable area.
So what is your question of the assessor?
What is my question?
Yes.
Why my house? Should I ask him a question or tell him?
No, you don't. Just ask him questions.
Okay, why is my house? No, my house. Okay, how should I ask him? Why did the assessment on my house go up?
The assessment on your house has stayed the same. We've just amended the classification of the property. As there's no farming taking place on the property, it doesn't qualify as farmland. It should be classified as residential due to the single-family dwelling located on the property.
Okay. But the assessment on my house itself.
Yeah, the assessment on your house remains on the property remains at $478,000, which is what the board reduced it to for the last appeal hearing.
Yeah, but I think the assessment on my house should be dropped. It's too high.
Okay, tell us that during your evidence. However, at this point, just ask him questions.
Okay, well, I have no questions. I just have evidence.
All right. In that case, I will turn to the panel members. Mr. Marks, do you have questions?
I just want, yes, on the reclassification going from farm to residential, what was the reasoning behind that?
I'm sorry, what was the reason for what?
Why was it changed from
the assessor
to residential?
There hasn't been any recent changes to the property, as best that I know. The change simply happened due to a review from a member of our office. The reality is it probably should have been changed a long time ago.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I noticed that it says the said property has a multiple attached garage, but then it also says there's a multiple detached garage.
Yes, it has both a multiple attached garage, and it has a multiple detached garage, and it has an approximate 2,200 square foot, what we would call like a light utility building.
And the other properties do not have that. They just either have a multiple detached or a multiple attached garage. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Mr. Kupfer, what exactly does the classification regulation say about the farm class and how a property qualifies for the farm class? And the second part of that question would be, are there court precedences that have clarified the classification of property when there is a resident that only occupies part of the property?
Per the regulation, farm use assessment classification of property and proportion values, farm property is defined as farming means commercial crop production. I'm quoting from the definition here, commercial crop production, and includes tillage of the soil, livestock production, raising poultry, dairy farming, fur farming, tree farming, beekeeping, fish farming, horticultural production, including flowers and shrubs, and any other activity undertaken to produce agricultural products on a commercial basis, and does not include the purchase and resale of agricultural products or the commercial processing of agricultural products. And the commercial crop definition, which is kind of important there, means agricultural products grown on a commercial basis and includes wheat, oats, barley, rye, corn, and other cereal crops and feed crops, oil, seed crops, alfalfa, and any other forage crops, root crops. Basically anything that you're growing on the land and selling, we would define as farming.
Okay. And the second part, are you aware of court precedents that address this notion that a residence may only occupy a small part of a property?
I'm not, no. As per my understanding of the regulations, this property should fall under Class Code 10 residential.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions. So now, Ms. Lashinsky, what can you tell us about property that has bearing on, first of all, its value, and then we'll address classification after that?
Okay, my property, the value of my property has dropped a lot since Lacoste Greenhouses expanded its greenhouse. Nobody will pay this much for this house when there is a health hazard, a health problem. The dust that comes from Lacoste Greenhouses is unbelievable. I can't even park my car outside. My windows are filled with dust next morning. I got to clean my windows before I could drive. My house is all with dust. My windows. I get the dust in the house. That's a health hazard. And I know it. Just from him expanding his greenhouses, all his rocks, for environmental reasons that he does, whatever work he's involved in. And he put all his rocks along my house. Gravel, everything, soil, everything's along my house. Now, and he doesn't clean the garbage on this side of his rocks. There's full of garbage. Now he's draining his water off his property onto my ditch. I paid for that ditch 20 years ago. Now he's draining his water into my ditch. And the water is stagnant. It sits there. It doesn't flow to the ditch of St. Mary's Road. He should put his pipes all to St. Mary's Road, not onto my little ditch, that the water's going to stay there. It's stagnant. It's turning green. It's going to be a mosquito ground. And who wants a ditch full of garbage alongside their house? And plus, all this, well, the most importantly is the noise that you have to put up with him now. It never used to be like that. I've never complained to the city about anything ever. And I've lived here for 40 years until now. He expanded, and you gave him a permit, not knowing what he's going to do with the expansion. And now he's laid all his rocks along my house, my ditch, which all the other greenhouses lay there against St. Mary's Road. The St. Mary's Road is a big house, not against somebody's house. And he's very hard to get along with, which has nothing to do with the taxes. He doesn't care about what he does to the neighbors or even try to fix it. You can't talk to him. I mean, he probably talks to the city guys, but he won't talk to any of the neighbors. And a lot of the neighbors are really upset with him, and they're going to be protesting or something because they're very upset because he's not paying attention. Now, if he wants those rocks there along my house, he should build a concrete wall that he's already started halfway. He's only got it halfway. He should build it way up high so at least I don't get the dust into my house and all that dust into here. And it's getting worse, that dust, especially in the summer when big semis come and they unload and you could just see all that dust flowing against my property because it's right there. It's along my house. This is why my house is not worth the money it was worth. So it shouldn't be assessed that high. It doesn't compare to the houses around here because the other houses are normal. They're not against a greenhouse. I know he's in business, and I understand that. But he's got to do something. He can't do this to his neighbors. And I pay my taxes. If he wants to pay my taxes, okay, I'll do something. But, how can I pay taxes for him to do this to my property and for me to live like this with the noise? And I'm like I say, I've lived here 40 years, and it's always been fine until he got his permit, and he did all that.
So maybe if I can summarize, your concern is the noise, the dust, the appearance, the fact that he has changed his practices and how he uses his property.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
How about the classification issue then? Could we address that, please?
Well, you mean the classification for the farmland?
Yes.
Well, I can't. You see, that farm, we did that farmland because we've been here 40 years. So we used to do our farmland for about 20 out of the 40,
Mm-hmm.
And then there was some water every year. It was flooded. And it's just a swamp. And it's a deep swamp, goes in the middle. And then, and all that water of that swamp used to flood my yard here, So then all my trees started dying because it's always sitting in water. But then it dried up. The weather's not so wet. You don't get all that rain anymore. So I don't get that water on my yard anymore. But the thing is that I couldn't do anything all those years, and then it kind of grew in. And then I had to get rid of the machinery. Didn't work anymore because it was standing all those years, and I didn't do anything with it. So I'm just wondering. I'm just thinking, that I don't think I should pay the same assessment as the house, because I could never do any farming there for quite a while anyway. I did have machinery, and I still have it, but it's just been sitting, because it's not much to use your machinery in, you know? So, I mean, I could hire somebody, and they can do it with my machinery, but it's just, it goes from one year to another, full of water, or there's no water.
Okay.
It's for geese. So that's why I'm thinking, I'm hoping that you could change the status, not to be the same as my house. And this house shouldn't be assessed at what it is, the way it is right now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kupfer, questions?
No, I don't think I have any questions of the applicant.
Mr. Marks, do you have questions?
Yes. Presently, your house is on 1 acre of your property?
I'm sorry?
Your house is on 1 acre of the property in total?
Yeah, almost. Not quite, but almost.
Okay. And how much is what you would consider farmland? How many acres?
24. Well, 25, because there is almost 26 acres. So I guess it would be 25 farmland.
And what sort of crops did you have on that previously?
We had oats, because I still have the granary. I still have the granary there that we used to put the oats in.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
You're welcome.
Ms. Rampel, do you have questions?
Yes, I'm just wondering what the nature of the 2019 appeal was. I mean, I realize that the classification of your property has changed from being mixed residential and farm to being residential. But what is different now, subsequent to that appeal of October 2019?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, I am. Would you like me to repeat my question?
Oh, yeah, please. Can you do that?
I was wondering what the nature of your appeal in 2019 was. Was it different from the facts that you are presenting to us today? Because I realize that the classification of your property has been changed from mixed farm and residential to just residential. Were there other facts that were considered in 2019 or presented by yourself?
Well, I know the facts many times about that change of the status for the farm property was mostly the conservation. There was a conservation tank there that deals with water. And that's another thing, that you get that smell, bad smell. When the wind blows this way or there's a wind, you smell it, terrible smell. That's why, you know, that's why I guess I appealed it at that time.
And
because of the terrible smell of that conservation. You know, do you know what I mean by the conservation?
No, I don't.
Well, they do the water conservation there. Something. I don't know what it is. I never went there to ask them what it is. But everybody knows that you get the smell. Not everybody, but other assessors that were here, they were here on and off, the assessor, and he knew what it was. And it did smell terribly, and he knew that it had a smell.
May I ask you, was the expansion to the Lacoste greenhouses already completed prior to your appeal of 2019?
No, I don't think I complained about it or said anything about my appeal in regards to Lacoste greenhouses at that time, because I didn't know how bad it would be, how bad it would be getting. And he never piled all his rocks along my driveway here. I have a driveway, and he piled all his rocks there. And now this is where all the traffic is. Right there, the semis, the trucks that load and unload. even the noise, the terrible noise, but I can handle the noise, but I can't handle the dust on my whole house and my property and my health. And I'm serious. I'm not exaggerating about my health because it is dusty. I can tell by the windowsills. I washed them, and if within a week they're all black on the bottom, and you could see the dust on my windows. And it's not only the side of my house; it's in front too. You know, and my garage doors. You could see all the dust on my garage doors, and I have to pressure wash. So this is extra work for me. Not only work the pressure washing is, but the health, it doesn't cut it. I don't know. So nobody's going to buy my house. And the value of it drops. I can't sell it to somebody telling them everything's okay. I'd have to tell them the consequences.
Ms. Rampel, do you have additional questions?
No, I'm done with my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and just one from me, and that is to clarify. You're saying that when you appealed the 2020 assessment roll and the Board of Revision made a reduction subsequently, you did not make the argument at that time about noise, dust, etc.?
No, I didn't.
Okay, thank you. Maybe a question.
And garbage in the ditch that he doesn't clean. All his garbage.
Okay, thank you.
Like, how can a person get away with that? His taxes should be raised for that reason.
Ms. Lashinsky, I just have now for the assessor.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Just to clarify, were you at that 2020?
No, I'm sorry, but I wasn't there at that time.
Ms. Lashinsky, I'm turning to the assessor now. Mr. Kupfer, were you at that hearing?
I was not at the hearing, and I'm also showing that Mrs. Lachinsky was not representing the property at the time. It was being represented by Altus Group, as it shows on the Board of Revision order here, so I'm not sure what she's referring to about not having made the argument or not.
Okay, all right. That's all my questions. All right, in that case, we are finished with this one. Ms. Lashinsky, we will be deliberating after this hearing and coming up with a decision, and then you will receive an order in the mail with the decision. So thank you very much for appearing. We appreciate that, and you have a nice day.
Yeah, well, thank you very much for talking to me and listening. And you have a nice day.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, let's move on to item number 3. 646 Kingsway. We're moving around the city, aren't we? Okay, a second while I figure out again how to bring up that information. Okay, I'm ready. Could we have the swearing in of the applicant, please?
Mr. Applicant, would you please state your full name?
Is the applicant there?
He is. We just cannot hear him.
Maybe his sound is off. He's muted.
No, I think you need to connect your audio to the meeting. Okay.
Oh,
and
sorry.
now-
Hi, can you hear me?
There you go. Please state your full name.
Adam Slavinsky.
And you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I don't believe I received any briefs from you.
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Assessor, could you please proceed with your information?
Number 646 Kingsway, roll number 1207 105 0000. It's in the Sir John Franklin neighborhood. It's a two-story single-family dwelling constructed in 1928. 1,300 square feet of living area, full basement finish, one full bath and one three-piece bath. It does have central air conditioning, does have a fireplace, and it does have a detached single garage and a lot size of just under 4,000 square feet. The four comparables, two are in the Sir John Franklin neighborhood and two are just next door. One is just next door in North River Heights. Three of them are in the Sir John Franklin neighborhood. They're all two-story single-family dwellings constructed between 1924 and 1949. Living areas are all pretty tight here, between 1,250 square feet and 1,420 square feet. All have full basements with at least some basement finish. Comparable 4 has no basement finish. Comparables 1, 2, and 3 have basement finish. Bath counts are as laid out before you. They all have central air conditioning except comparable number 4. They all have a detached garage. Comparable number 3 is a little bit larger than the rest. And the lot sizes vary, you can see, between 3,516 square feet and 6,498 square feet. Time-adjusted sale prices for the four comparables range from a low of $303,800 to a high of $390,000, or time-adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $243 per square foot to $294 per square foot. The subject property sold post-reference, which means sold after the reference date. We did sales verification for it, which means we update the property characteristics. This home hadn't been updated in some time. The previous assessment, I believe, was $191,000. So that was updated to $293,000 upon review of the property record. And that's the number that we're going to be recommending today.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kupfer. Mr. Slavinsky, do you have questions about this information? Questions for clarification?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. When was the property last assessed prior to this one, of course?
It's a good question. Let me see if I can find any old notes on it.
Are you saying last inspected or last assessed, Mr. Slavinsky?
Assessed. I'm just trying to reference on when the $191,000 assessment was from.
Okay.
Well, we reassess all properties in the city every 2 years as part of the general reassessment cycle. So the $191,000 was up until the changes were made and the property was reviewed.
So that would have been, if it's 2 years, that would have been 2019. Is that what you're referring? That be correct?
The property was reviewed in 2020.
Okay, so in 2020, and then obviously through the sale, that's what sparked the reassessment of it.
That's right.
Can you clarify if there was any permits or anything pulled on the property in that time frame? Or any changes?
The only change I can see within our system is a rewire permit for 2020. Rewire main and second floor, excluding the kitchen is the description.
Would that typically affect the price of the home?
Rewiring the main floor and the second floor, yes, that could increase the value of a home, especially if there was an open tube still present. Taking that out and putting in newer electrical would increase the value.
Typically, what you know, on your professional opinion, typically what percentage of a house or a dollar amount would that usually be in reference to?
It's difficult to say. It depends how much knob and tube is still present. I remember when I was looking at some older houses, I remember getting quotes anywhere from 15 to 20,000 if you have to redo the entire house. If it's less than that, then obviously it would cost less.
Yeah, no, of course. Okay. That is the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Marks, do you have questions of the assessor?
No questions for me, thank you.
Ms. Rempel?
I have no questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Cuffer, these properties that you have presented as comparables are quite similar when it comes to living area, etc. There is some difference in lot size, and there is to some extent a difference in location. Can you tell me how much bearing that has on the value of this property relative to the comparables?
Well, as we know, North River Heights is a fairly desirable location, so I would say having that in your listing would increase the value. I would suggest that the best comparable is probably comparable number 4. Also on Kingsway, it's just across the street and over 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 properties. It is a little bit smaller, as it's kind of on the corner of a back lane, I believe. But yeah, other than that, they're all fairly similar and fairly close by. I would say if you go a little bit east towards River Heights, you're probably increasing the value a bit. And if you go west a little bit towards Kenniston, you're probably decreasing your value a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Slavinsky, could we have your evidence now, please?
Yes. So mine's basically like it's been reassessed obviously 2 years ago at $191,000, and now it's being reassessed at $293,000. The only single difference being that I had bought in a very inflated market, we'll say it as you can imagine, which has sparked that, which is the only reason why the house value has obviously changed. The only change to the physical property at this point from me acquiring it back in October has been that rewire, which was obviously done for safety purposes because there was knob and tube involved, and for property insurance and such, that was a requirement to change. So I don't see how that would justify a 50% increase in overall assessed value of it. I understand that how assessments are kind of created, they're kind of spit out. And obviously in a very inflated market, that's kind of what we're looking at this point. But true value of my property is my only concern right now. When previously the city of Winnipeg had assessed it at $191,000, and the only change to it being is the wiring, which is obviously needed for safety purposes. To add an additional $100,000 to the property, that just sparks a big question for me.
Okay, Mr. Cupford, do you have questions?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Marks?
None for me, thank you.
Ms. Rempel?
No questions, thank you.
And I have no questions. So thank you very
Sorry, can I add one more piece? I apologize.
Yes.
Just also, when I had acquired the property, one of the biggest selling features of it was they actually had listed things like the property taxes that were from previous years. So that was also gone into the factor of me buying the property, because so they are obviously able to say, look, this is the X dollars of my property tax, and that was actually listed in when we did our walkthroughs and all that kind of. The decision to buy the property as well was based upon the property assessed value and what my taxes expectations would be.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Slavinsky. As previously noted, we will make our decision following the hearing, and then you will receive an order in the mail. So thank you very much for hearing today.
Enjoy your day. Thank you, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Bye for now.
Let's take a 5 to 10 minute short break here, a recess, and then we will carry on with item number 4.
Okay, thank you very much. Ellen, could we please have Ms. Dolinsky sworn in?
Hey, Madam Applicant, please state your full name.
Sheila E. Dolinsky.
And do you affirm the evidence you are about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I can't understand her. I'm sorry.
Do you affirm to tell the truth?
Would you repeat that again, please?
Do you affirm that the evidence you're about to present is the truth?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. The assessor will present his evidence first, and then you can ask questions. One moment, please.
Okay, thank you.
Let me know when you're ready, Belen.
No, go ahead.
All right, Mr. Kupfer, please.
What was that?
The assessor is now going to present his evidence.
Okay. I'm going to do it?
The assessor.
I dropped off a whole bunch of paperwork when I picked up the report yesterday.
Okay, thank you very much. Right now, the assessor is going to present his information.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Kupfer.
1370 Loudon Road, roll number 0100960485. This is in the Wilkes South neighborhood. It's a one-story single-family dwelling constructed in 1977, 2,205 square feet of living area. It has a full basement with no basement finish. One full bathroom, 2 half
I'm
bathrooms.
sorry. The basement isn't finished.
Okay, could you just let the assessor please present his information and then
Okay.
ask
Okay, go ahead.
question.
As I stated, the basement is not finished. There's one full bathroom, 2 half bathrooms, and a shower according to our records. No central air conditioning. It does have a fireplace, and it does have a multiple detached garage. The 4 comparables are all in the Wilkes South neighborhood as well. We have quite a range of different properties here. Constructed between 1958 and 2001. As you can see, living areas ranging from 1,651 square feet to 2,741 square feet. So again, quite a broad range. Comparables 1, 2, and 4 all have basement finish, while comparable 3 does not. The bath counts are laid out before you. All 4 comparables have central air conditioning. Comparables 1 and 2 both have fireplaces, and all 4 comparables have multiple garages, with 1 and 2 being attached and 3 and 4 being not attached, similar to the subject. The lot sizes for the 4 comparables range from a low of 77,000 square feet to a high of 131,000 square feet, so just under 2 acres to just over 3 acres essentially. The time-adjusted sale price per square foot, again, quite a wide range from about 466,900 to about 1.27 million. For time-adjusted sale price per square foot, ranging from a low of $198.87 to a high of $463.92. The subject property's 2020 assessment is set at $467,000 or $211 per square foot. So for this property, again, both the assessment and the classification have been checked off. What happened here essentially is the owner subdivided what was a 5-acre parcel, or an approximate 5-acre parcel, into 3 different parcels. She sold off 2 of the parcels and kept the one, 1370 Loudon. And at that same time that the subdivision occurred, a member of our staff reviewed the property, again saw that there was no farming occurring on the property, and then amended the classification to residential. So both the assessment and the classification were changed, and the department is recommending that the 2020 assessment of $467,000 be maintained, as well as the residential classification. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Dolinsky, do you have questions in order to clarify anything in your mind with respect to what the assessor has just said? We don't want to hear what your evidence is right now. That will come later. But do you have questions about what he said?
No, I couldn't hear half of it anyways.
All right.
I really I'm really sorry that it has to be through a phone.
Okay.
I guess what he says is right. I don't know.
Okay, we will then turn to the panel members to see if they have questions of the assessor. Mr. Marks, do you have questions?
No questions at this time, thank you.
Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I'm just wondering if the assessor could please tell us which comparison he thinks is the best comparison to the said property.
I'd say, given the size and the age and the level of updating, I would have to say comparable number one is probably the closest. Admittedly, I don't have a great comparison for this in terms of a 1977 fairly original home. So I'd have to say comparable number one is the best comparable.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, I have no questions. In that case, Ms. Dolinsky, it is now your turn to give us information about your property. Please proceed.
Okay. When it was proposed to do a zero clearance, I went to the meeting and they went ahead with the zero clearance. When they put that building up, they took the drainage ditch out. And on the pictures that I gave for evidence, you can see the puddles. And it's also very close. There's other pictures with the trees.
Sorry, stop you right there for a second.
Pardon?
Bellen, it is hard for me to go back and forth to the listing of evidence. Is what Ms. Dolinsky is referring to on my list of evidence or not?
It is.
It is there?
Yes.
Oh, let me go back and then find it. Just bear with me. Okay, please proceed. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah. No, the trees on my property were there long before they built that building next door. And I couldn't understand why they went zero clearance when I was 3 feet away from the property line. Could somebody tell me why?
Well, I'm sorry, but that's not the subject matter for this hearing. That would be elsewhere in the administration of the city that you would have to get that information. We're just dealing with best value and the classification is here.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the information that I picked up yesterday, and there's 3 there's 3 estimates there, like locations that are a lot larger in the property than mine. I can't understand why they were put in there.
Okay, can you tell us, we'll get the assessor to answer that in a moment, but can you provide us with any more information about your property that would justify a different value?
No, just that the commercial building is right next to my property, and it's zero clearance. And there is, you do have problems. They're a manufacturing company, and they bring in lumber with plastic coverage, and sometimes the plastic gets loose and comes in on my property and on the trees and that. So
okay.
I don't know. But the problem with me is that I'm beside a commercial property, zero clearance to my property. And I think that should be taken into consideration when you're putting a tax on it.
Okay. Anything else that you wanted to tell us?
I'm going to be losing some of my trees because they're interfering with the building next door, which the trees were there originally.
Okay. All right.
And
then I'll turn now to the assessor, and he may have questions for you. Mr. Kupfer, questions of Ms. Dolinsky?
No, I don't have any questions, but to her points, I would like to note that we do have a commercial adjacent influence applied to the property. Like with the last farm property that we discussed that had a similar issue with a commercial property next door, we apply this commercial adjacent influence to essentially account for the fact that there would be a slight reduction in value for that negative influence.
And also, I'm sorry.
How much of a reduction that is?
About 15 to 20,000, I believe, in this case.
Okay. Okay. Other questions, Mr. Kupfer?
No, thank you.
Mr. Marks, do you have questions of Ms. Dolinsky?
No questions.
Yes, they have a sawdust collector, a big one, and it does make a lot of noise.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Rempel, do you have questions of Ms. Dolinsky?
I am just wondering how long this manufacturing company has been there.
What was that?
How long has this manufacturing company been next to you?
How long have they been there?
Yes.
I don't know exactly, but it's way over 10 years.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Okay, and I have no questions. So, Ms. Dolinsky, that ends this hearing for you. Thank you very much for appearing. We will be deliberating on this after our hearing. We will come up with a decision. You will be sent an order in the mail with our decision. So hopefully that can be done as quickly as possible.
I'm sorry that I couldn't answer everything that I wanted to because I can't hear everything that's being said.
Okay, well that's unfortunate.
Mr.
But sorry, who?
This application has 2 points of appeal.
Sorry.
What was that?
The assessor addressed classification. You appealed both the value and the class, and I'm sorry, I was forgetting to ask you, Ms. Dolinsky, why it was that you thought the classification should be different than it is.
Well, because of the commercial building, for one thing, the drainage ditch for another, because the drainage ditch is not there any longer.
But which classification do you think should be put onto the property?
Oh, I have no idea what classification is. I feel that there should be a benefit for against a house being next to a commercial building.
All right. Okay, well then I think that we probably have sufficient information on that issue unless anybody has any objections. Okay, then we will carry on. You will receive an order shortly, and we will get that into the mail as quickly as we can. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Okay, before we proceed, I just need 2 minutes here. All right, thank you very much. Could we have the swearing in of the applicant, please?
Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Brandon Matthew Demo.
And you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Kupfer, could we have your information, please?
517 Greenwood Place, roll number 1208-1072-000. This is in the Wolseley neighborhood area. It's a 2.5-story single-family dwelling constructed in 1909. The living area 2,046 square feet. A full part area basement with basement finish, 1 full bathroom and 1 half bathroom. The home does have central air conditioning, and it does have a fireplace and a detached multiple garage, a lot size of just under 4,000 square feet. The 4 comparables are all in the Wolseley neighborhood. They're all 2.5-story single-family dwellings, similar to the subject, constructed around the same time between 1911 and 1913. Living area ranges from a low of 1,634 square feet to a high of 2,046 square feet, the exact same as the subject. All 4 have basement finish, similar to the subject. Bathroom counts, again, are laid out before you. Only comparables 2 and 3 have central air conditioning. All 4 properties have detached garages. And the lot sizes range between 3,032 square feet up to 3,789 square feet. Time adjusted sale price for the 4 comparables ranges from a low of 414,000 to a high of 449,200, or a time adjused sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $202.35 to a high of $255.75 between comparables 1 and comparables number 4. The 2021 assessment for the property is currently set at $436,000 or $213 per square foot. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Dremel, do you have questions of the assessor to clarify the information that he has presented?
Yes, please, and good morning. I have a number of questions. So I'll start with, I just would like to confirm that the increase of the assessed value of 517 Greenwood was the result of a process known as sales verification, so referencing the sale of the home as we had just purchased the home.
It's referencing the conditioning characteristics of the home. We don't chase after the actual sale price. Rather, we look at the home, we look at the work that's been done, we update the characteristics according to our record, and then a value is produced based off of that, yes.
So the trigger point was like the sale of the home, listing of the home.
That's right. Typically, our assessments are updated either when a permit is pulled or when a house sells.
Thank you. Can I ask if the MLS listing and the photos and the information within are referenced during that process?
No, the listing and the sale price are all about 2 years after our reference date. I'm showing a listing date of March 16th, 2020. And our reference date is, of course, April 1st, 2018.
Sorry, my question is more to the point of like how much of it is subjective based on photographs, not necessarily sale price, but the photographs and content within an MLS listing. Is there room for discretion? Some of it's subjective based on the internal features and finishes of the home.
The only subjectivity would be in the effective year built, I would say. Other than that, we're just following the characteristics such as the basement finish, the number of bathrooms, the air conditioning, and so on.
Okay, thank you. So I noticed that in the open data source, can you just confirm for me, there seems to be a gap of features in the open data source when I was doing my own comparisons. So for example, I couldn't see information that's in the comparable sales report, such as full bath versus half bath versus showers, and a few of the other details like number of fireplaces. I didn't see that in the open data set. Can you just confirm that it's not in there?
You're referring to the sales books that are published on our website?
Sorry, no, not the sales books, but the open assessment and taxation data source, the data source that gives you information on bathrooms, finishes, year built, that data set.
That's correct, and we have, I would say, a deeper data source than what's available to the public.
Okay, so okay, I just wanted to make sure that I didn't miss any information. So thank you for validating that. Are any of these comparables here? We're looking at 4 comparables to the subject property. Are any of them a match in regards to the bathroom configuration between these 3 different config items you've listed?
No, it looks like they're all slightly different.
Same question, but for number of fireplaces.
Same answer.
Okay. I have a question specific to the first 2 comparables. So comparable 1 and comparable 2, that's 119 Lipton, 205 Lenore. So my question again is about subjectivity. So these 2 properties have a very nice curb appeal, porches. How much of that is subjective in considering a value reassessment here?
Well, a porch wouldn't be subjective at all. That's something that's factored into our assessment on a square foot basis. We come up with a value for it. Curb appeal, such as whether a house has been freshly painted or not, isn't something that's easily factored into our mass appraisal model.
Okay, thank you. Concerning comparable number 3, so that's 16 Ruby Street, I notice that per the current data set available to the public, so thus available to me, it's actually categorized as a multi-family and not a single dwelling. Can you verify that?
According to my information, the parcel is being used as a single family dwelling. Reviewing the sales listing, it's listed as a single family dwelling with a finished basement.
Is there a way to explain the discrepancy in the available data to the public concerning this?
Without having looked at the data that you looked at, no, I'm sorry, I can't go any further into that.
Okay, I just want the inaccuracy to be noted regarding this comparable. Thank you. Question regarding the next comparable, which is comparable 4, 209 Lipton. I noticed upon looking at the street view, and granted, I've had a little time to review these comparables. I've just received it this morning, right? So for 209 Lipton, I've noticed on the street view, it's a 2015 street view, there are 2 entry doors. It appears to be a duplex. Can you verify whether it is or it isn't, or the status of that changed?
I likely can if you give me one moment.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, so it looks like in 2017, there was a permit pulled for that property to change it from a multifamily to a single family dwelling.
Did that occur after the sale of the property?
Yes.
Okay, so the sales information then would actually relate to this property being sold as a duplex. Can you confirm that?
No, actually, sorry, I misspoke. There's a public sales listing from 2016 that I can see, where I can see what you see, where there's 2 doors out front. According to my information, in 2017, a permit was pulled to convert it to a single family dwelling. Presumably, a bunch of other work was done at the same time. And then the sales listing that's presented here for 2017 would be updated as of a single family dwelling.
Understood. Thank you for verifying that. When the classification changes from, say, a duplex to a single dwelling, is the property reassessed? Does that drive the, on average, I guess, would it drive the cost per square footage down?
Generally speaking, I would say that, yeah, the more dwelling units that you add, the more value that you add. It's not going to be the same for every property. But generally speaking, if you convert something from 2 units to 1, it would drive the price down. However, again, if people are going to reconfigure a home like that, generally they're also renovating the home and making other changes that would then increase the value. So it doesn't always quite balance out that way.
So did that occur in the case of this comparison?
It does appear so, yeah, because the effective age was also increased all the way up to 1940, which typically represents a number of upgrades that would be done to the home.
Sorry, the question was it reassessed to actually reduce the cost per square footage when it converted from a duplex back to a single?
When it was reassessed for that change, other changes were also noted at the time, including renovations that had been done to the house. So the net was an increase in assessment, not a decrease, despite that change from multifamily to a single family because of the renovations that had occurred.
Interesting. Okay. Thank you. Do you believe that this comparable number 4 is then an accurate comparison?
I would say that comparables 1 and 2 are better comparisons than comparables 3 and 4, not just because of that change, but also because of the square footage of the home.
Okay, thank you. I would agree. So let's see. Sorry, let me just, my questions are rather scribbled. Yeah, so my last question about these comparables, in my findings, there was a match in the sales book. 175 Arlington was a complete feature match to 517 Greenwood and actually fits within the map that was provided here. Is there a reason 175 Arlington was not presented as a comparable to 517 Greenwood?
Let me just pull that property up and see what I can see. No, I don't have a specific reason for you, other than the fact that I think the other 4 comparables better represent the property in terms of their level of upgrades and their characteristics. Looking through the photos of 175 Arlington here, it looks fairly dated to me.
Okay, thanks for reviewing that. In terms of something looking fairly dated, like that feels subjective when what we're looking at here is data points. So how much room is there for subjectivity here when we compare properties that have a complete match in terms of feature sets?
Well, our effective age is essentially a representation of the age of the property based on the components that have been replaced. So, for example, if you redo the flooring in your house, you've essentially made your house slightly newer. We increase the effective age to represent that. So in that sense, that's our check and balance on the subjectivity of it. That being said, different assessors review different properties. So I'll admit there is a small degree of subjectivity to it. We use a effective age calculator for some of our newer staff who are less experienced with it to help them along and avoid that subjectivity like you're talking about.
So it's more of an exercise of putting something in a range when you look at, say, that's an updated kitchen or that's an updated bathroom.
Yeah, it's an exercise in essentially accounting for the renovations that have been done to the home and how it represents the change in what we call the effective age of the home.
Okay. Is any of that available to the public in terms of my own ability to research based on publicly available data, comparisons, using those types of formulas, That would really be my question. And it's sort of an extension of the question of, in terms of the data set, not having access to some of the sub-config items regarding, bathrooms and fireplaces and those types of things.
No, I don't believe an effective age calculator has any, is in any part of the public data.
Okay. All right. I'd just like it to be noted that I'm working with what I've got. Thank you.
Sure.
And I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Marks, do you have questions?
Yes. Have there been any building permits pulled on this property?
None since the purchase of the house. The most recent or major permits were back in 2012 when an addition was done to the property, which is why my comparable sheet is showing a full part area basement. Essentially, an addition was put onto the back of the house, I believe, and there's no basement underneath it. That would have been back in 2012, as I said.
One other question. Because of the age of the house, I'm assuming there is knob and tube wiring in this residence?
My understanding is the knob and tube would have been replaced back in 2012 when the addition was done. I can see there's an electrical permit done to include 200 amp service, which would typically indicate that the work had already been done at that point. But we'd have to ask the applicant to confirm that.
And how about the roof? Has that been redone as well?
It's difficult to see from the photos. The exterior appears to be in good condition from what I can see. I can't say exactly when the roof was done.
Okay. That's all my questions for now, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Ms. Rempel, do you have questions?
Yes, I am wondering, Mr. Kupfer, I see that the year built for the home is 1909 and the effective year built is 1945. So aside from the addition, are you aware of other upgrades that have occurred to this home?
Yeah, so as I touched on, the electrical would have been redone, upgraded to 200 amp service. Flipping through the photos here, it appears all of the flooring has been redone. The kitchen has obviously been renovated. It's not a 1911 kitchen, it's fairly new. The bathrooms have also been renovated. I can't really see any interior finishings that would be original to the home. Yeah, I would say that the majority of the home has been renovated.
Can you also tell me how much of the basement is finished?
So the listing here lists a recreation room in the basement. We have on file only about 120 square feet of basement finish in our records here, so we're not accounting for very much basement finish. The listing does list it as fully finished though, so perhaps our records are inaccurate in that sense and it needs to be increased.
Okay, thank you very much.
With respect to the location of the subject relative to the comparables, you've got everything selected west of Arlington Street, between the river and Portage. The subject property is the one that's closest to Portage. It's the one that is farthest west. Is there any substantive difference in how the market views the Wolseley area? Closer to Portage, closer to the river, east versus west? Is there anything that would make one think that this one being not amidst the comparables, but actually farther to the west and to the north, that would make any difference to the value relative to the comparables?
Yeah, I would say being closer to Portage Avenue could bring some small noise influences, which are generally seen as a negative. Also, 2 properties to the north. It looks like there's a fairly large apartment building, so not adjacent, but 2 over, which again could bring in additional traffic or potentially noise onto the subject property.
And what about east to west? Is there a significant difference in the market in the Wolseley area, depending on east and west?
Not as far as I know.
Okay. Those are all my questions. In that case, it's time, Mr. Diemel, for your information. Could you present that to us, please?
Sure, absolutely. I have included like a number of documents. Don't panic. A lot of them are just source information. What I'd like to go through with you today is just the presentation. So there's a presentation slides, I believe it's labeled as. I just wanted to step through some of those points. All supporting documentation has been submitted. However, we don't need to go through all of those supplemental documents. I've tried to cover them at a high level in the presentation. So with regard to respective time, I will simply just go through the presentation and then I can take the questions.
All right.
Page 2 of the presentation. As we know, this was sort of a response to the sales verification. I'm a new homeowner. My wife and I have purchased 517 Greenwood Place in 2020. The value assessment that we received March 22nd is $436,000 for the reference year of 2018, well exceeding the 2020 purchase price of 517 Greenwood Place, which was $410,444. The value assessed March 22nd, 2021, which was $436,000, constitutes a one-time increase of 22% or $79,000. So we feel like that's a very extreme reevaluation of the property value. In our analysis, and I will get into those details a little bit, the value assessed of 436 well exceeds the mean assessed value for comparable properties in my assessment using the assessment parcels data set. And then 2 of them in that comparison appeared in the sales book data set. And again, 436 well exceeds the mean purchase price for the comparable properties when looking at the two comparables I found in the sales book data set, which are actually different comparables than the 4 that were presented from the assessment and taxation side today this morning. I wanted to note that the resultant property tax increase, which I realize is not the responsibility of the board here, but I did want to mention that that increase levied against this drastic of an assessment increase is adverse enough that it could have deterred us from purchasing the property. Financial stress tests for home buyers factor in expenses such as property tax and normal rate increases, but at this scale, it does have the potential to cause undue hardship. So I want to be clear, we feel that the process here failed in our situation and resulted in an assessment that is outside of a tolerant range. And of course, it became effective immediately. So that's why I'm here to speak about it today. Slide 3. Slide 3 is just an overview of the numbers. So what the assessed value was, $357,000. The new assessed value, $436,000, increase of $79,000, 22%. Our 2020 purchase price again was $410,444. The reassessment for 2018 reference year exceeds the 2020 purchase price by $25,556. Slide 4. So in my own comparison, using here's the criteria that I applied. So I pulled from the open data source the assessment parcels. There's 2,672 property records for the neighborhood of Wolseley. I applied the following filters to find comparable properties. I'm looking at 2.5-story.
Mr. Dean, I'm sorry to interrupt. You're presenting assessment information here, are you? By comparison to yours?
I'm filtering the available public data from the assessment database, and then I'm comparing it to the sales data.
We cannot look at assessments to determine the value of your property. We must only look at sales in order to do that. The courts have been quite clear that we are not to make the assumption that a good comparator is another assessment.
No problem. And taking that into account, I will skip slides 5 and 6, which compare the data set to the assessment data, and I'll skip straight to the sales book data. Is that acceptable?
Yes, please.
Okay, no problem. So of course, I did have to look at the data set and compare the features before I could compare against the sales data. So we're only, in looking at the sales data, I am also only looking at 2.5 story, where the basement is finished. There's a basement present. There is air conditioning, fireplace, and there is a detached garage. So in those comparables, I was looking for assessed land area of 3,000 to 5,000 square feet in the assessed land area. And again, per the data that was already provided, 517 Greenwood Place is 3964 square feet. So I'm going to skip slides 5 and move on to, slide 6. So slide 6, I'm looking at comparative in the sales book data. So the sales book data set for 2016, 2018, I found 2 comparables that were a feature match, 175 Arlington Street and 748 Westminster Avenue. They are comparable in terms of assessed land area, total living area. I've detailed a few other notes here. Note that medium traffic influence is present for those 2 comparisons. But in looking at the average time adjusted sale price for those 2 comparables.
Sorry, I'm very sorry to interrupt. I am looking at all of your information online in a shared database. Mm-hmm. And the response time is unfortunately quite slow.
Oh, no problem. Would you like me to slow down?
Well, and unfortunately, it's also labeled just with a city file number. So I have no idea when you say that you're looking at the sales list. I can't tell from the compendium of files here which one you're looking. Mm-hmm. I'm slowly having to go through and try to figure out whether I'm on the same page as you. So just give me
no problem.
Just the presentation.
Yeah, I'm going through the presentation slides right now.
Now, but each one of these files that I have has multiple presentation screens. Is that correct? Like, I'm looking at something now that is some line drawing of houses.
Okay,
and they're
the way they are listed, it will be the assessor's brief, and then his original letter with his application that I just labeled applicant brief. And the third file, that one is the presentation. That's the one, it's a 14-page document.
Okay, but then I have also listed as item number 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more documents.
Correct. So right now, Mr. Demel is only going through the first one labeled presentation.
Yes, I'm going through the presentation slide deck of 14. There's 14 pages to that.
All right, and so that is the one that is the third file that you have
on the list. Correct.
All right. Okay, so I've got it then. Fine.
Great. I'm on page 6 right now.
What page are you on? Sorry.
Page 6 of 14.
Okay.
Okay. So on the previous slide, may I continue? Everybody good?
I'm sorry, but I'm not seeing page numbers on these. Can you give me the title on the page?
The title is Assessment Parcels, Comparative Sales Book Parcels.
Got you. Okay, carry on.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so on the previous slide, I was sort of indicating how I filtered the data set to find comparables. The 2 comparables that I found were 175 Arlington Street and 748 Westminster Avenue. They are a feature match to all of the features that I was filtering for, so they are good comparisons, thus, in my opinion, of 517 Greenwood Place. Only 2 of the 9 assessment parcels that were a feature match appear in the sales book data set for 2016 and 2018. And so the average time adjusted sale price of those 2 properties is $377,150. I will skip anything that's referencing a average assessed value. So we'll go with the average time adjusted sale price. That's the bottom line of $377,150.
Yep.
Next page. So I just wanted to take I'll go over this quick with respect to time. I just wanted to respond to the sales verification process and provide a few photos internal to the home that maybe the MLS listing photos did not necessarily cover. So we've already established that there was a bit of a sales verification process taking place here. The finished third floor attic was noted, and the property was reclassified from a 2-story to a 2.5-story. So I understood that's one of the things that influenced the assessment here. So there is in fact a third floor. The city of Winnipeg was aware of the construction of the third floor attic during the 2010. We spoke about the renovation and the permits in the 2010 to 2012 range there. So that was something that was submitted on those blueprints. The work was done under a permit on file. And so on the next slide, I just wanted to mention that MLS listings are, of course, biased towards the upsell of the property. So on page 8, there's a few photos here that are of the third floor. And I wanted to note that there was a failure on the home inspection due to safety concerns. So missing railings, and to the right there, you can see that there are incomplete portions of that living space. Next page. Finished basement was noted. I can't see the statuses of partial versus full finished. It is in fact partially finished. Many building materials were left with the sale of the home. The work was incomplete. The bathroom, there's a roughed-in bathroom, no fixtures installed, and I see that that's accurately represented here too. Flooring's incomplete in a few locations here. Other items noted during sales validation, addition of a deck, that's fine. Yes, there is a deck. The fireplace is located in the basement. And it was noted that the kitchen and the master bath were updated, which we've also already covered in discussing with the assessor. So the next page just shows a couple photos of the incomplete basement area. Next page, this is response to sales verification process, page 3. I wanted to note that the detached garage had significant frame and finishings damaged. It was revealed after our possession. The property sat vacant for 3 years, so a lot of water and moisture damage had occurred, rotting out of the frame of the garage. All finished drywall surfaces detached and had to be removed and disposed due to mold. Repairs are ongoing. Next page. So there's presence of radon in the home requiring mitigation, exceeding the Canadian guideline, requires a certified radon mitigation professional to lower the radon level. Quotes have been included in the materials today. The last page is just my conclusion. So as you know, we're seeking an assessed value decrease. 517 Greenwood Place would not have sold in 2018 for the reassessed value of $436 that was assigned to it. The market has been tested as indicated by our 2020 purchase price of $410,444. We do recognize, my wife and I, that gaps in the feature records for this property did result in a previous assessed value that wasn't accurate. So we recognize that it did have to come up from what it was previously, which was $357. So I wanted to acknowledge that. A properly updated assessed value should be based on the closest comparable properties and reference the sales book data. And so we feel, I've listed here that we feel an accurate 2018 reference year value for 517 Greenwood sits in the range of 365 to 385. The comparable data that we found in our sales book supports this. So the 3 values listed at the bottom were really just a summary. I recognize that only the 3rd value is applicable and presentable today, and that was the average time adjusted sale price based on the 2 comparisons I found in the sales book data. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for an unusually thorough presentation. Mr. Kupfer, do you have questions?
I just want to ask about what's been done to the home since taking possession. I can see in your photos, it appears that there's some unfinished work, particularly in the basement. So have you made any progress in that, or is it still the same as when you took possession?
No, it's still as it was. Yeah, unfortunately, taking ownership of a home that has been left vacant for 3 years reveals a lot of decay in terms of painting and a lot of the basics. So it's been a lot of work since then. And no, it's been more about triage and fix where the water's coming in, where there's moisture issues, and more of the essential structural things versus being able to actually complete any finishes on the home. So yeah, a lot of poor landscaping and poor drainage resulted in a lot of problems over the vacancy period of this home.
And I also just want to confirm with you that no property disclosure statement was included with the sale of this home, correct?
That is correct, and there is no PDS as the previous owner was deceased years previous.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Marks, questions?
No, my question's been answered, thank you.
Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I'm wondering about your comparisons. I'm wondering if you could tell me which block of Arlington Street 175 Arlington is on.
I can, yes, and if you reference sort of the same map, it actually would appear on the map that was presented by the assessor. So 175 Arlington is located between Portage and Westminster, and on this map you can see Westminster isn't labeled. It's one block south of Preston, so it's between Preston and Westminster.
So would you say that that is a significantly busier street than Greenwood, the one you're living on?
Yes, it has medium traffic influence, and due to the way that the questioning is laid out, I'm unable to ask the assessor what kind of reduction that influence would result in.
I'm also wondering about your other comparable at 748 Westminster. I believe that is quite close to Maryland.
Yes, I recognize that is closer to it is closer to Maryland and Sherbrooke. That is true.
And there's a major bus route down that street. Is that not correct?
That would that bus route, number 10 bus route, just changed. So I actually I don't have all the information on that change. That is something that changed in the last couple of months.
But there is a bus that runs down Westminster all the way to Aubrey.
Number 10 may now use Westminster instead of Wolseley. Sorry, I don't use the number 10, so I can't answer.
And there is a church almost right across the street from this property as well, is there not?
Yes, the influence listed for this property as a comparison is a medium traffic influence, so same as 175 Arlington, and I guess also as established but not quite clear on Greenwood Place, we are located quite close to Portage, so in terms of road noise.
Can you tell me more about what kind of remediation, pardon me, you had to do for the radon in your home?
Yeah, so the remediation has not been done yet due to COVID restrictions. I've been unable to bring a contractor in, so the quoted contractor I've included here in the reference materials is Radon Matters. There's a two-tiered radon mitigation system design as a part of that solution. So the radon was measured with an Airthings Wave digital radon detector. And the reading that's been included in the slide deck is from the mobile app.
Okay, so no remediation has occurred at this stage?
No, it has not been, it has not occurred, no.
And you indicated that this property had been vacant for 3 years before you purchased it?
Yes, that is true. As the previous homeowner had been deceased, it was a time span of about 2 to 3 years that the house sat uninhabited. And rather unmaintained in terms of particularly drainage and the property maintenance.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thank you.
And I have no questions. So thank you very much, Mr. Demil, again, for a very thorough presentation. It's very helpful when we get this much data and presented as well as it has been. We will be deliberating following the meeting, and we will come up with our decision, and then you will receive it in the form of an order in the mail as soon as possible.
Thank you again. I appreciate how much work goes into all of this after going through this experience. So thank you.
Okay, bye-bye. All right. Does anybody require any kind of a break at this point?
I would like a quick 2 minutes, if that's okay, just use the washroom.
Certainly, 2 minutes it is. All right, so now we are moving on to item number 6 on the docket, which is 485 Dominion Street. Could we have the swearing in of the applicant, please?
Mr. Applicant, please state your full name.
Jeffrey Davis.
And you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Kupfer, your information, please.
485 Dominion Street, roll number 1208-1144-000. It is in the Wolseley neighborhood, just one street over from the last property we were discussing. It is again a 2.5-story single-family dwelling. This one is constructed in 1911, with a living area of 2,032 square feet, full part area basement. This one also has minimal basement finish. 2 full bathrooms, central air conditioning, a fireplace, and a detached multi-garage. A lot size just under 5,000 square feet. Our 4 comparables are all in the Wolseley neighborhood, all 2.5-story single-family dwellings. Constructed around the same time, 1907 to 1912. They've all seen a decent level of upgrading, similar to the subject. The living areas for the 4 comparables range from a low of 1,930 square feet to a high of 2,186 square feet. Comparables 2 and 3 have full basements, while 1 and 4 are full part area, similar to the subject. For this property, I chose all comparables without basement finish. Bathroom counts is laid before you. Only comparable number 2 has central air conditioning, the others do not. Only comparables 1 and 3 have fireplaces, while the others do not. And all 4 comparables have detached single garages, while the subject has a detached multiple garage. Lot sizes for the 4 comparables range from a low of 3,045 square feet to a high of 3,821 square feet. Time adjusted sale prices present a range between $387,200 to $456,100. That's the time adjusted sale price. And the time adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $184.82 to a high of $211.46. The 2021 assessment for this property was amended through the sales verification process, similar to the last one we discussed, increasing it to $433,000 or $213.09 per square foot. Thank you.
Mr. Davis, do you have questions of Mr. Kupfer about this information that he's presented?
Yes, I do. First, I'd just like to bring up the garage. I'm a little confused why Dominion is classified as a multiple garage. It is, in fact, a single garage. And the MLS listing from...
What's the size of the garage?
I don't know. I can swear to you under oath that you could not fit 2 cars in it, though.
We have it as 396 square feet, which we would classify as a double garage.
No, that's... It may, I mean, I haven't measured it. The MLS listing does show it as a single oversized garage, which I would agree with. It's slightly bigger than an average single, but I mean, to my mind, the definition of a double garage would be that you could fit 2 average sized cars in it, and that's not the case.
396 square feet would roughly work out to about 18 by 22, which we would classify as a double garage.
I don't believe it's that big. I think that's a mistake.
Okay.
But I got this information 2 hours ago and didn't realize it was classified as that until this morning.
Okay.
So I don't know what the dimensions are. Why is our price per square foot higher than all the comparisons? Is there a reason for that?
even at the time adjusted numbers, we come out as $2 higher than the next highest.
Yeah, all four comparables has no basement finish at all, while yours does. Your home also has central air conditioning, which the majority do not, and your home also has the fireplace, and it's on a larger lot. So for all of those reasons, I would suggest it's higher.
I'm curious about the technique of the effective year. So for example, 211 Lipton has an effective year 6 years newer than ours, or 88 Ruby has an effective year 4 years older than ours. What kind of dollar figure goes along with that, and how is that arrived at?
It's arrived at through the discretion of the assessor. Again, the effective age is a representation of the level of upgrades that have been done to the home over the years, not necessarily by the current owner, but over that time frame. Upgrades such as replacing the wiring, replacing the flooring, updating the kitchen, updating the bathrooms, those sorts of things.
Okay. I'll have some comments on these during my time, but I think that's all my questions for now.
And thank you. Mr. Marks?
Yes, have there been any building permits taken up on this residence?
I can see a replace knob and tube permit was taken out in September of 2020, I'm showing.
And no other building or renovations of any sort?
Not that I can see, and to clarify, that appears to be taken by the previous owner, not the current owner, but Jill, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's correct, sorry.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Ms. Rampel, questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Mr. Kupfer, there's some variation between the comps. Are there one or two that you regard as the best or not?
In this case, I chose to show the range between our four comparables here. There are some small things that won't be taken into account within the sheet even before you hear with our deeper information, such as front porches or decks and those sorts of things. So those all play into the variations that you see. But again, I think that our range here for similar homes with no basement finish at all, between about $185 a foot to $211 a foot is fair. And I can see why this home would come in just above that given its features.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Davis, could we have your information, please?
Certainly, yeah. So I've shared with you 7 sales that were basically the year preceding the cutoff for the valuation for this assessment. I don't want to spend too much time going into them. The one we have in common is, sorry, I lost my page here. The one we have in common is 88 Ruby Street, which I think is a great comparable that the city has as well. And I've never been inside 88 Ruby Street, but from the outside, it actually appears to be a pretty much identical house to 485 Dominion, just from the style of home, the wood siding, the front porch, and a relatively comparable location, I would say. I would like to speak to, in particular, to 116 Ethelbert and 211 Lipton as comparables, neither of which I believe I had on my list. You asked the question of the last applicant about locations in Wolseley and whether certain ones were worth more. In my opinion, the east side of Wolseley is worth quite a bit more. And I would say that Ethelbert, along with Home Street, Kenora Street, probably those three are the most valuable streets in Wolseley, primarily because of the style of house that exists on them. The houses there were built to I can't think of a better word than a more expensive standard when they were built at the turn of the century. They tend to have high quality brick construction, more ornate woodwork throughout, and the more significant character details that tend to command the highest dollar in the real estate market. And 116 Ethelbert in particular was absolutely that, what I just described. Character details like the large bay window at the front, the box window in the dining room. There's a very ornate and decorative wood fireplace there, whereas the one we have on Dominion is a fairly basic sort of refurbished one. And the kitchen there was also renovated in 2006, according to the MLS listing, whereas it was 2 owners ago, I think, that that did the most recent renos on Dominion, but our kitchen is early 90s. So it's functional, but it's very out of date, and it's showing its age as far as functionality, and cupboards are falling apart on us and stuff, and it's due to be replaced fairly soon. So I think it's clear that 116 Ethelbert was much more recently updated, and generally is a higher class of house, for lack of a better way to put it. And I think to a large extent that applies to 211 Lipton, everything I just said about Ethelbert, with the exception of the location. In my opinion, that block of Lipton is quite comparable to our block of Dominion. So I do agree as far as that goes. However, 211 Lipton, again, brick construction, higher quality of construction, and more desirable in the market than the wood siding rather on Dominion. Lipton as well had a brand new kitchen, and this house I did see at the time when it was for sale, and had a very high-end, brand new, modern, stylish kitchen in it. And the other significant difference I'd like to point out about 211 Lipton is that it had as is noted on the assessment here, had a full basement under the entire house, which includes the little section at the back of the house. If you're familiar with older character homes, they almost always have a little section kind of off of the kitchen at the back, and then off in the second floor porch. I'm in mine on Dominion right now at the back. There's a full basement underneath that on 211 Lipton. Whereas on Dominion, we have a crawl space, which is noted in the full/partial area basement. The effect of that, because the insulation is not very good in any of these homes, the effect of that is our back space is freezing cold in the winter. So it's much less usable. And it also has a slope away from the house because it's not part of the stone foundation. Whereas 211 Lipton did have the full usable basement, so a larger basement space, as well as a more level floor in that addition, and it feels as if it's more part of the house and more solid. So just like that to be noted as well. And I believe 211 Lipton also had 10-foot ceilings throughout the main floor, so it had that very grand, open sort of feel to it. And so again, it's hard to quantify these things, but it was a different standard of house, absolutely. 41 Purcell, I haven't looked that closely at. I think Purcell is arguably an inferior location to Dominion, but other than that, so I have no problem with that comparable. And then 88 Ruby, I agree with. I'd also like to note it appears as though some of the reason for our assessment is what they're calling a finished basement, which in reality is about an 80 or 100 square foot patch of the basement where they've drywalled it in and put some carpet down. We have no bathroom in the basement. The ceiling height is very low. I can't even walk into that room without ducking quite a bit, and I'm a little over 6 feet tall. It's really not usable space. I mean, we have it set up for storage downstairs, so I'm not sure how much extra we're being charged for having that one little room in the basement, but it really doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't add any value to the home. The garage I brought up already. I could absolutely say it is a single garage. There's a little bit of extra room for storage in it, but there's no way you could fit 2 cars in it. It's also in very rough shape. It's insulated and drywalled, but there's a significant amount of water infiltrating into it. The roof is completely sagged and probably structurally unsound, frankly, and we expect to need to replace it within the next few years. So I'm guessing maybe our value has been increased because of what they're calling a multiple garage, but I take some issue with that as well. I believe that's about all I'd like to say for now.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kupfer, do you have questions?
I do, yes. So you said you reviewed 88 Ruby as well on your own time.
Yes.
To identify that as comparable.
Yeah.
So what type of value would you attribute to adding or replacing radiators with a forced air furnace and adding central air conditioning? Is that something that 88 Ruby doesn't have?
Sure, and I don't know what kind of boiler 88 Ruby had. If it was a modern, one of those little like Weil McLean boilers, and they had reasonable, I don't know whether it had ductless air conditioning or window air conditioners or what, but I don't think there's a significant difference if that's the case. If it was the old like asbestos boiler or something, then there would be a difference. The Dominion would be a higher value for sure. And I guess I should mention our furnace is about 25 years old, so also due for replacement any day as well.
So our difference in price per square foot here is only about $13. Do you not feel like that's made up for in the approximate 2,000 square foot bigger lot between the two properties? I
would argue that Ruby is excuse me, sorry, I got some feedback there. I would argue that Ruby is a superior street to Dominion as far as the location in the neighborhood, similar to what I talked about with Ethelbert. I'm just going to double check the pictures here, so bear with me for a second. Yeah, so that block of Ruby, I would argue commands a higher price than our block of Dominion. I would maybe call it a wash, taking into account the size of our yard. I don't think there's much evidence that in Wolseley specifically, bigger yards tend to command significantly higher sale prices. But if you have evidence to the contrary, I'd be happy to hear it for sure.
You've been able to review the photos of the 88 Ruby or no?
Yeah, I'm looking at them now, yeah.
Okay. Would you say that this kitchen is equivalent to your kitchen in terms of age and the style?
Yes, I would. It also appears, I did not see 88 Ruby. It does appear to me, and what I was looking for is a backyard picture, which I'm not seeing. It appears to me that there is no space off of the kitchen, like I was speaking about earlier, what would have been the summer kitchen originally when these houses were built. It appears to me that 88 Ruby does not have that, although I don't know that for sure. I'm just going off of what I can see here. If that's the case, then you could subtract, to make the two equivalent, we have part of our 2,032 square foot assessment is this back space, which I've argued is worth quite a bit less than the main living space of the house. So if that's the case, I would suggest that the square footages aren't actually equivalent if Ruby is fully, full foundation home without that summer kitchen, and Dominion does have the summer kitchen and second floor converted porch.
Okay. And for your reference, we are assessing approximately 160 square feet of basement finish. Would you say that's approximately correct?
No, I'd say I haven't measured. I'd say it's more like 100.
Okay.
It's like about 10 by 10. Yeah, I'd say about 100.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Marks, do you have questions?
No questions, we thank you.
Ms. Rempel, do you have questions?
I have no questions, thank you.
Well, and this is stump the panel time. I have no questions as well. To be fairly thorough information, and I appreciate that very much. So that ends the hearing on this application. Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. You will receive an order in the mail as quickly as possible. And if you wish, there are further avenues of appeal after that, which you will see information about there. Well, thank you for appearing.
Thanks very much, and hello to my neighbor on Greenwood.
Bye-bye. Is Mr. Davis gone?
Yes.
What was the reference to neighbor on Greenwood? Does anybody know?
That was the previous property we had discussed.
That's correct.
Oh.
They're one street over from each other.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Sorry. Okay, so we're going to move on to number 2 Eastgate then. Do we have a person waiting for us?
Yeah, she is connected.
Okay. And can we proceed?
Madam applicant, will you please state your full name?
Rena Urish.
And you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kupfer, could we have your information, please?
Number 2 Eastgate, roll number 1209-1814000. It's in the Armstrong Point neighborhood. It is a 1-story single-family dwelling constructed in 1954. 1,254 square feet of living area, the full part area basement. The basement is finished. The home contains a full bathroom as well as a 3-piece bathroom. It has central air conditioning, an attached multi-garage, and a sunroom off the back. A lot size of just over 10,000 square feet, and it is an irregularly shaped lot, as you'll see on the map.
Pause there for just a second, because in bringing up your information on this database, I have the cover page, but the next 2 pages are blank.
I will email it to you. 1 second.
Also, it's all right. I have found another way to open it. And I've got the information there. Okay. Proceed.
As I said, the subject property is fairly unique, so our comparables are a little bit spread out here. We have one in Wellington Crescent, two in Crescent Wood, and then another one in Armstrong Point. They are all one-story single-family dwellings constructed between 1945 and 1954. Living areas range from a low of 1,062 square feet to a high of 1,606 square feet. Comparables 1 and 4 have full park area basements similar to the subject. All comparables have basement finish. The bathroom counts are as laid out before you. All comparables have central air conditioning similar to the subject. Comparables 1, 2, and 3 have single attached garages, and comparable 4 has no garage. Lot sizes for the 4 comparables range from a low of 5,498 square feet up to 9,707 square feet. Time-adjusted sale prices for the 4 comparables range from a low of $388,000 to a high of $547,200. Our time-adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $328.87 to a high of $384.93. The 2021 assessment, pardon me, for the subject property is currently set at $470,000 or $374.80 per square foot. Again, this is a post-reference sale where we updated our property information and issued a supplemental assessment notice out to that $470,000, which has caused the appeal. And at this time, we are recommending that the value be maintained at $470,000. Thank you.
Ms. Yursh, do you have questions for the assessor about what he has presented?
I do, yes. Mr. Kupfer, prior to the reassessment in the spring, when was the last assessment for the home?
The assessments are done automatically every 2 years as part of our general reassessment cycle. I look back through our notes here. I can't see any notes, at least going back until at least 2004. So we hadn't reviewed the property in some time.
Okay, perfect. And so what were the specific, or what was the new information that came to light in the spring that you realized was not contemplated in the original 2020 assessment?
According to the notes made by the assessor who reviewed the property, the effective age was increased to reflect upgrades that had been done to the home, and a deck was added, as well as some basement finish for the basement rec room.
Okay. When I spoke on the phone with tax and assessment, when I received it, I was told that one of the reasons why it was increased was because the kitchen had been upgraded. That's not the case?
Yes, that would be part of the effective age increase that reflects the renovations that have been done to the home.
Okay. The home sold in, previous to us, the home had sold in 2015. And so I'm assuming that sale value would have been contemplated already in the original 2020 assessment, correct?
There was no review of the sale at that time, no. So no updates were done for that sale.
But it would have been, the home was assessed based on that sale.
No, the home is assessed based on a group of sales, typically hundreds and hundreds that feed into our mass appraisal model. We update the characteristics when a home sells because our information isn't always up to date, such as this has been renovated, or they finished the basement, or they built a deck, and then we make those characteristic changes. But no review was done from what I can see at the time of that 2015 sale, so no updates were done.
Okay, so it's not always automatic that you guys review post-sale?
It's not automatic. We review as many as we can. Yeah, I can't say why it wouldn't have been reviewed at that time.
No, and that's fine. So then my next question is the you mentioned a deck was added. I believe it's actually a sunroom that was added. The deck was torn down. The sunroom that was added, a development permit was issued for it in 2016. Was that development permit contemplated in the 2020 assessment, the original?
I can see no notes about a change in property records around that time, so I'd have to say no, I don't believe it was taken into account until until your most recent sale.
Okay. And would it affect your valuation that the garage is actually a detached garage? Although it shares a wall with the home, you can't access the garage from the home. We have to go out and then go in through the one garage door and then go over to the other one. So we can't access the garage as a typical attached usually does.
I would say if there is a difference, it would be a minimal one. I take your point that having it not being attached is slightly more inconvenient. So you might see a slight decrease in value for the fact that it's detached rather than attached. But I don't think it would be by a significant margin.
And would it affect your valuation if you learn that the garage has been assessed by a home appraiser as being a tear down?
We assess our garages based on the size of the garage and the age. So if it's an older garage, then we're already attributing a lower value to it. We won't apply zero value to it until the garage is actually torn down, though typically even a quote unquote tear down will get a nominal value of $1,000 or $2,000.
Okay. And do you know what the value attributed to the current garage was in the assessment?
No, it's not separated in that way within it. What we have is as an attached garage. It's kind of just lumped in, so I don't have a specific broken out value for that.
Okay. And when you look at your comparables, if you take the average across the four comparables, which you haven't done, but I've done, so if you want to trust my math or you want to check it over, feel free. The average was $333.41 per square feet across your four comparables. The set value that you've attributed to the home, however, is significantly higher than that at $374.80 a square feet, or a square foot, pardon me. And so the only one of your comparables that's kind of that high up there is that 7 Ruskin Row one. So it seems to me that the city has heavily valued towards 7 Ruskin Row, and I'm wondering why that is.
These are all sales. This is all sales information, not assessment information. So I can't even look at what the city is valuing these properties at.
No, I mean, sorry. So the sale, so why then is the property valued on, why is the property valued at 374, which seems to be, which property are you putting the most weight in?
I don't see any property that's valued at 374. Are you referring to assessment information or the sale prices?
Sorry, I mean $374 a square foot.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry, I probably wasn't clear on that. So let me rephrase. So if you take the average per square foot value of all four of your comparables, it comes to $333.41 per square foot for the average.
Right.
The set value per square foot is $374.80 for the subject property. So if you look at the per square foot values of the comparables, the only one that is that high is 7 Ruskin Row. So that's my question, is why did you place so much value on 7 Ruskin Row?
So generally speaking, smaller homes, all things being equal, will present with a larger price per square foot than larger homes will. I think that's what's contributed into 7 Ruskin Row's elevated price per square foot. I typically try and include a range of sale prices. As we all know, real estate is an imperfect market. So that's what I've tried to do for you here. I would suggest that the best comparable out of the 4, despite the fact that it sold all the way back in 2015, is 54 Eastgate, given its proximity, its age, its level of upgrades, and everything else that goes along with it. Of course, your home has the larger lot. It's a bit of an irregular shaped lot, so I'm not sure how much use you actually get out of it, but that would also be assigning some value within our system as well, having a 10,000 square foot lot compared to the others that are smaller.
So you agree that 54 Eastgate is the best comparable?
Yes.
Okay. And so the value of this assessment is the current state of the home as at April 1st, 2018, right?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm assuming you have a pretty good understanding of the real estate market. What was the change in the single family detached homes from April 18 to April 19? I think my understanding is it's about 1%. It wasn't too much back then.
It would be, yeah, somewhere around that range. Yeah, we don't have that information yet.
And what in kind of based on your understanding and your experience would have been the market value change for single family detached homes between April 2019 and April 2020?
Up until April 2020, again, I would say it was fairly low. It was, I think, around May, June that realtors started reporting their record sales and record sales high. There's a bit of a dip at the start of the pandemic and a lull, and then it kind of shot up after that.
Yeah, that shot up was a bit of a stab to the heart. So, and what about from April 2020 to November 2021? Or pardon me, November 2020.
Everything that I've read from our realtors is that the market continues to increase due to a shortage of available properties and an increase in buyer demand for single-family dwellings.
Yeah. So my information is that it's sitting at about like that time frame, an increase of about 11 to 12%. Does that sound about right?
Again, I can't say exactly.
Okay, that's fair. I think those are all of my questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Marks, your questions.
My questions have been answered, thank you.
Ms. Rempel?
So I just have one question, and that is, you indicated that you felt 54 Eastgate was the best comparison. But if you look at 54 Eastgate compared to 2 Eastgate, I guess there are several differences. One is 2 Eastgate has a larger lot and a garage and a sunroom. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Just a moment, please. What is the on the large lot adjacent to number 2 that I see on the map there? Is that a residential property?
One second, I'll pull it up. That is number 9 Middlegate, I believe you're referring to. We have that as a 2.5-story multifamily conversion. So it's probably a duplex or triplex conversion.
What is the zoning on that property and the subject property?
Zoning for the subject property is R1L. The zoning for number 9 Middlegate is also R1L, so it's the same zoning.
And can you describe what that is? What are the limitations?
R1 just means that it's for residential use. They do permit conversions to add additional units for some of these properties. And the L just means you can't subdivide the lot beyond a certain extent. I believe it needs to be over 4,000 square feet or something like that.
And so, I'm sorry, I'm not looking at the square feet of this lot. Is it subdividable?
I would say no. Based on the characteristics of the neighborhood, I would be surprised if they let them subdivide this lot.
All right. Those are all my questions. Ms. Uris, could we have your information, please?
Certainly. And I can probably help out Mr. Kupfer a little bit on that subdivision question, because I'm going to address this in part of my submissions, that the Armstrong's Point is the first and the only Heritage Conservation District in Winnipeg, and the ability to and part of making Armstrong's Point a Heritage Conservation District was to really restrict the ability of anyone to subdivide the properties that are already existing. So I would think somebody being able to subdivide within that Heritage Conservation District would be basically nil.
Okay, thank you.
And I've prepared a rather lengthy handout. As you probably see, would it be helpful if I shared my screen with you so that then you guys can just kind of see as I go through it? My brain's very chronological, and so I'm
That would be one. Thank you.
Let me just that bigger. Okay. So I'm basically going to make kind of 2 points. Like I mentioned, the property sold in 2015 for $340,455. So a price per square foot of $271.50. When looking at the city's sales book, adjusted up to April 1st, 2018, that would be $367,051 or $292.70 per square foot. So it's the city's position, obviously, here that the improvements made to the home has resulted in a 25% increase in value or an increase of over $100,000. So the points that I'm kind of going to make on this is that one, like I mentioned, the garage is a tear down and if anything detracts from the value of the home. Two, that the kitchen was already redone in 2015. And so that value is already contemplated in that $340,000. Like, we do have the benefit of that fairly recent sale in 2015 to help us actually figure out what the value is, which we don't always have in these circumstances. And my other point was that the sunroom, the development permit had been issued in 2016, and that may already be contemplated within the original value for the home. However, it does sound like from Mr. Kupfer's evidence that isn't the case. And so my second point that I'm going to make is that Armstrong's Point is very unique. It is the city's first heritage conservation district, and that carries with it some very unique restrictions on what can be done, and that carries with it a heritage conservation plan that was passed by city and that was passed by city council that sets out why this area is so unique. And so because of that, it's my submission that the comparables that should be given the most value and the comparables that really should be used within Armstrong's Point, if available, are other homes that sold in Armstrong's Point. So as you can see here, the subject property is the little red star at the top of our map, and the comparables that I submit should be given more weight are these three here that sold within Armstrong's Point between 2018 and 2014. The city's comparables are this one right here, which was 54 Eastgate. They already include that one. And then these other three markers on the map, which are well outside of Armstrong's Point. So, like I said, we purchased the home in November. We paid $485,000 for it. We were in the middle of a pandemic. So I have just included the brochure as well as photos of the home so that you guys can see what it looked like. The brochure that we received from the realtor when we did the walkthrough indicated that the improvements that were made since they purchased it in 2015. So the improvements that aren't contemplated already in that purchase price of $350,000 are they added new shingles, They upgraded both bathrooms, they upgraded the basement, and they added that sun-grade sunroom. So the kitchen had already been done long before. The other upgrades to the home had already been done long before. It was just those four things. And so based on the city's evidence, they're saying that those four things have increased the value by $100,000. So this is just a listing from an expired listing from 2012. It appeared that the people prior had tried to sell the home, and for whatever reason, they did not sell it. I had just included this because it makes note that at that point in time in 2012, that kitchen was already upgraded. So the kitchen is probably, I would say, at least 10 years old. So the photos that I'm using are the photos that were in the listing. We really haven't done much since purchasing it in November. We painted the upstairs white. We changed out some door handles on the interior, and we did a featured wall in the bedroom. But these photographs more than represent the current state. I've added current photos of the garage. So this is the front of the house, probably taken about summer of last year. This is the garage, and then we have, like Mr. Kupfer mentioned, it is an irregularly shaped lot, kind of like a large L. So the large backyard ends at the corner of the house, and then we kind of have this little jut out that the garage sits in. But this portion of the lot is not super useful at this time, although you can see you could put a camper there if you wanted to. With the way of the orientation of the home on the lot, it doesn't face due east. It actually faces kind of northeast. And on the northeast corner of the intersection of Cornish, which it borders, and Eastgate, which turns into Lanark, there is a 5-story apartment building that we essentially look onto. So we have that influence of a commercial building right on the corner, and I'll show you a few photos of that as we go through it. So this is the entrance. This is the living room. You can see through the window there is a fair bit of tree coverage here, but you can even make it bigger. You can see when you sit in your living room and you look at your TV facing that way, you're staring right at that apartment. Here we are very fortunate that we have lots of lovely tree coverage in the summertime, at least until they cut down a few more elms. But in the wintertime, you stare right at that apartment building. We have actually oriented our furniture a little bit more awkwardly so that the TV is on the, I guess that would be the south-facing wall, so that then we're not looking at the apartment building, we're looking into Armstrong's Point. But the apartment building is quite prominent out of all of those first floor windows or those main floor windows. This is kind of the back half of the living room, which shares a wall with the kitchen. This is the dining room. Again, out the window, you can see it stares onto that apartment building because the house is oriented slightly towards that northeast. So if you're sitting over here, you're staring at the apartment. If you're sitting on this side, you're staring down the Armstrong's Point Eastgate, which is a much nicer view. Again, the dining room looking into the kitchen. This is the kitchen. No complaints about the kitchen, but it is over 10 years old, but functional. This is the fridge. This is the master bedroom. Again, it also overlooks the apartment building, so you still have that view of that window. And then this is the second bedroom. A little bit interesting that there is a bit of a door to nowhere here. At some point in time, I believe one of the previous owners had access issues, and there was apparently a wheelchair access deck in the back. And so that is why there is a door going into the second bedroom. Right now, it just leads to nowhere. This is the second floor bathroom, which would have been updated by the previous owners post, or pardon me, this is the first floor bathroom, which would have been updated by the previous owners post 2015. And then this is the basement, which was also updated by the previous owners post 2015. You'll note kind of, I wonder if I can, well, just on this first pillar here, which I don't know if you can really see my mouse, but you'll see a little bit of a bulge there. So I'm going to talk about that in a moment. This is the downstairs bathroom, which has a toilet, a sink, and a shower. And again, you'll note this this bit of what appears to be a bit of a gap here. So, and then this is there is a bedroom. Well, it's not really a bedroom because there's no windows, so it's not a legal bedroom by any stretch, but there is a room off of the main area in the basement, and they happen to put a bed in there. This door here leads into a laundry room. So for us to actually turn this into a legal bedroom, we would need to put obviously an egress window in there, but it would still be quite awkward because you would need to go through the bedroom in order to get to the laundry room. So it's a bit of an unfortunate layout. So the basement floor, these pictures here aren't from the listing. These pictures are from a few months ago. So the basement floor has shifted considerably since the time of the listing. This is the corner of the basement looking into, like, this is the bathroom, and this is the second pillar. And you can see that it's shifted about 1 inch. The house was apparently put on piles in 2007. So we've been told it's likely the house isn't shifting, but the floor is moving. And this is that, you saw that kind of, I mentioned that little gap in the basement floor in the bathroom there. This is kind of what it currently looks like. It's gotten significantly worse. And then the same thing here. So the basement's finished. No complaints about that, but it does have, it's a bit unsightly with this shifting floor that we have going on now. There's also two kind of storage areas in the basement that haven't been finished. And what we found in the winter time is that there was considerable frost buildup in those. And because of the shifting floor in the basement, there is a very large gap between the doors to those areas and the doors to the main areas. And that made the main area of the basement freezing cold. So we need to, at some point in time, work to insulate those areas so that then the basement is actually more usable, because in the wintertime it really wasn't very usable from a comfort perspective. This is again an evidence of kind of the result of the shifting floor, is that because there's those large gaps between the floor and where the walls used to sit, some of the walls are beginning to drop, and we have some evidence of those walls dropping and those walls having some pretty significant cracking. This is the worst of the cracking by far. And again, this is also in the bathroom in the basement, just more evidence of that large gap, which makes it more unsightly. This is just the laundry room. And this is the sunroom overlooking the backyard here. So this is a photo of if you're standing on our front step, this is the apartment building that we kind of sit across from. And like I said, this photo here was taken by me a few, I think probably last week. So we have a lot of tree coverage, but in the winter time, you really don't have the benefit of that tree coverage. You have that apartment pretty front and center.
Ms. Urish, I'm just thinking we're about halfway through your photos and your information here. We will be looking at this, of course, later on in more detail. But would there be some smaller number of them that would be most important for you to bring to our attention or to speak to?
For sure. There is the garage ones, I think, are the ones that are most important, and the speaking to the comparables would probably be pretty important. I know it is lunchtime. I'm happy to come back after lunch, or I can power through this.
No, I'm more thinking of the total amount of time devoted to the evidence.
Okay. Well, then I will be quick. So one of my points is that the garage is a tear down. This is an excerpt from our home inspection. You'll see that he notes major cracks and deterioration on the garage floor, and major damage was seen to the garage with visible leaking at the ceiling, improper roofing, budget for immediate major repairs or demolition and removal. So the garage at this stage, my submission doesn't add any value to the house. In fact, the fact that it needs to be demoed immediately would, in my submission, detract from the value of the house. So going through these photos very quickly, you see a large gap underneath the garage door. That's because of the shifting. When the house was put on piles in 2017, they didn't put the garage on piles. So the garage kept shifting and the house kind of stayed the same. So you'll see there's a lot of leaking, or there's history of a lot of leakage in the ceiling of the first section of the garage, as evidenced by the green mitigation that they've tried to do. And this is a photo of the ceiling of the garage bordering up on the wall of the home. You'll see that the garage has shifted approximately 2.5 to 3 inches off of the wall. And this is the corner of the garage, again, bordering up onto the home. And you can see that along the way, someone has tried to repair the shifting, but it's shifted quite dangerously. And there's actually cracks here in between where you can see through to the other side. The other side, this is the far side of the garage, looks much the same. You have the same attempted repairs that have been made, again, as a result of the shifting garage. And you have significant cracking in the foundation here. So we were told that we couldn't even reuse the concrete pad for the garage because the cracking has been so significant. So when it comes to the comparables for the property, there is, like I said, it's my submission that the proper comparables should be comparables within Armstrong's Point if those are available. The city City Council has approved a 60-page Heritage Conservation District Plan, which speaks to the unique characteristics of Armstrong's Point. And so if the city is going to pass that sort of plan and put restrictions on owners in order to conserve the heritage nature of Armstrong's Point, then in my submission, the comparables that their tax and assessment department should be looking at should be heavily weighted towards any available comparables within the point. So I have prepared 3 sales that happened in Armstrong's Point. At the end of the document, I have a sheet that looks an awful lot like the one provided by Mr. Kupfer, but just with my comparable sales in it. So this first sale here, I've put the pictures in. I won't go through the pictures. This particular sale was admittedly a little bit dated from 2014, but it is a 1953 bungalow. One of the unique aspects of Armstrong's Point is that all of these bungalows that were developed in 1953 were largely developed by the same developer, and so they're actually all quite similar. Oftentimes, if you walk through the point, you can see that a number of the homes are the exact same or very similar anyways. So this one was 1953 bungalow, has almost identical square footage to our bungalow at 1270, very similar layout, located just 2 streets over within the point. It has a relatively large lot as well at 7,000 square feet. although it's not irregularly shaped like ours, and it's located in a better location, being more mid-block as opposed to right on the corner. 2 bedrooms up, and 1 updated bathroom up, which is also comparable to ours. And the basement is finished with a rec room and a 3-piece bathroom down, which is similar to ours. This one also has a sunroom and an updated kitchen from appears to be about the same era of ours, being kind of early-ish 2000s. So obviously there's the only, in my submission, the only real difference with this one is that it has that pool in it, and the basement finish might be a little bit more dated than ours, but it does not appear to have 1-inch gaps between the floors and the walls. So that's comparable number 1. Comparable number 2 is the same comparable that Mr. Kupfer had presented in his, which is 54 Eastgate. This one is just 5 houses down from our home, and it's very similar. Again, 1954 bungalow. It has a slightly larger square footage, which is likely attributable to the fact that it has a second bathroom upstairs. This one has 2 bathrooms up, 1 bathroom down. We have 1 bathroom up, 1 bathroom down. It also has just 2 bedrooms, and similarly updated kitchen from the same time frame, similarly updated bathrooms from around the same time frame, and the basement finish looks relatively similar to ours, accounting for the fact that from these photos, it does not appear that there is any gaps between the floor and the walls. This property, as Mr. Kupfer pointed out, it is a bit of a smaller square footage in terms of yard size. However, it's more desirably located in that, unlike ours, it's mid-block as opposed to being right on the corner facing that apartment. And although it doesn't have a garage, it's more regularly shaped. And the fact that our garage is in my submission a tear down kind of evens the fact out that this one doesn't have a garage. And the third comparable that I want to bring up for consideration is 40 Middlegate. This one sold in mid-2015. It's actually, you can't quite see it in these photos, but the design elements on it are very similar to ours. Ours has this little brick pattern on the front. This one has the same brick pattern on the front. The railing and the decorative kind of metal work on the porch is the exact same railing and the exact same decorative metal work on the porch. The windows on the side of the front door are the exact same windows on the side of the front door as ours. So this one I would submit was very likely developed by the exact same developer. Also a 1954 bungalow. You can see the door is very similar, like I'd mentioned. Obviously, this particular house needs a little bit more updating as compared to mine or as compared to ours at this time, but it does have a similar layout. It does, however, have a larger square foot area, but slightly larger square footage. It has 2 bathrooms. I don't know if both of them are up or if one is up and one is down. And I believe in the listing, they say that there are 5 bedrooms. 2 of those bedrooms, the photos show them in the basement, and they don't appear to be legal bedrooms. So I would take that with a little bit of a grain of salt. The basement is finished, but it does look like certainly more of a dated finish than ours. So that brings me to the city's comparables, which Mr.
Before you carry on, Ms. Urish, I am concerned about the amount of time that we're taking here. We do have people still waiting, of course. They have been waiting for quite some time. Are these 3 properties and discussion of them as important to you as those comparables in Armstrong Point?
No, the only note that I would make with respect to the city's comparables is that, again, the weight should be placed on the properties within Armstrong's Point, and that that 7 Ruskin Row property that appeared to have more weight placed on it than the others, that one borders onto a huge park. It's a corner lot like ours, but it looks out onto a park while we look out onto an apartment building. So that would be my only kind of comment there.
Okay.
So I don't need to go through these. You have the photos, you have the listings. I'm sure you're able to kind of go through them.
Yes, thank you.
So I made a kind of a comparable chart similarly to Mr. Kupfer's. And then when I did some averages, I did the time adjusted prices on them. Here are the values that I placed for market value change. So it might be a little bit plus or minus what the city has placed for market value change, but I think it's probably within the ballpark. If you take the average of the three Armstrong's Point comparables, you end up with $394,868,000, or $314.88 per square feet, square foot low of 292 and a square foot high of 328. If you take the average of the city comparables, you end up with $418,096 for an average of Mr. Kupfer's 4 comparables, and then you have your average time adjusted price per square foot at $333 per square foot, and you have your high and low. If you take the average of all of ours together, you come out with $407,431, or a price per square foot of $324 per square foot. Or if you take all that would be 6 of those properties, take off the high, take off the 2 low ones, being the Middlegate property, which was a little bit more dated, and Mr. Kupfer's Dorchester property, which was also a little bit more dated. You end up with an average of $414,356, or a price per square foot of $330. So it's my submission on these that the price, the market value of the home, when you look at the comparables, falls pretty close to the $414,000 to $420,000 range. If you're looking at kind of both Mr. Kupfer's and my comparables. If you just look at Armstrong's Point, then the comparables, then the price would be actually less than that.
Anything further?
I think that's about it. I'm sure you'll ask me any questions about anything that I missed.
All right, Mr. Kupfer, questions?
I just wanted to ask if you'd had any experience with any water seepage or anything in the basement over the last week or so throughout the heavy rains. You mentioned that there was water getting into the garage, but then there was foundation repair done in 2017. Has the basement been holding up okay since you've taken possession?
Basement's been great. In 2007, when they put the piles in, they dug out all around the side of the house and they put in waterproofing. And so there's no indication of any seepage or of any leakage there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Marks, questions?
I think I've got all my questions answered. Thank you.
Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I'm wondering if you had a home inspection done before you purchased the home in November of 2020.
We did, yes. And that there's an excerpt of the home inspection kind of included in this package with respect to the garage. The home inspection was done by, oh goodness me, I can't remember what, Ari Maratz, who has a column in the Free Press. So he did the home inspection. I just included the one excerpt with respect to the garage here.
So in terms of the basement floor shift or the wall shifting, not the floor shifting, pardon me, that did not occur since you have purchased the home in November 2020, did it?
So there was some evidence of that floor moving when we looked at the home it was August of 2020. There was a little bit there, which you can see in the photos from the listing. When we actually got possession of the home in November, that shifting of the floor was worse. It has remained largely stable. We've been told that since the house is on piles, it's likely just the floor. Mr. Morantz wasn't too concerned about it. What we've basically been told is to monitor it and just to kind of watch it. The thought from Mr. Morantz was that the 2020, I guess, was, I think, Winnipeg's driest year on record, and that dryness within the soil was causing that basement to move around.
Do you use the garage?
We do use the garage, but we use the garage somewhat cautiously. We were kind of told, especially the section that has all the green on the roof, we were told that it's quite cracked and that ceiling could fall onto our car at some point in time. So we have used it, but we are looking to get it knocked down within the last year or within the next year. COVID hasn't really helped us on that. And we also need to, because of the heritage designation on the neighborhood, we have to jump through more hoops with the city if we're going to demo and rebuild anything.
So the inspection report you shared with us about the garage was done prior to your moving into the home?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
And I have no questions, so thank you very much, Ms. Urish. We will be deliberating following this hearing, coming up with our decisions, and we will be sending to you an order in the mail as quickly as we can.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Sorry for taking so much of it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Would anybody object to a 5-minute break?
No, not at all.
All right. So we'll be carrying on with item number 8 on our docket, which is 136 Sherbrooke Street. Could we have the swearing in of the applicant, please?
Yes, Mr. Applicant, for the record, please state your name.
Brendan O'Shaughnessy.
And do you affirm the evidence you'll present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Kupfer, your evidence, please.
Number 136 Sherbrooke Street, roll number 12090489000. This is in the West Broadway area. It is a 2-story multifamily conversion. It's converted into a duplex, built in 1897. A living area of 2,102 square feet, a full part area basement due to an addition that was put onto the back with no basement underneath it. There's no basement finish according to our records. 2 full baths and 1 3-piece bath. The home does have central air conditioning and no fireplace and no garage. A lot size of just over 6,000 square feet. It's on a bus route. It is commercial adjacent and it does receive heavy traffic, being on Sherbrooke. Comparables 1 through 4 are all in the West Broadway area, similar to the subject. All are 2-story multifamily conversions, similar to the subject, constructed around the same time frame between 1901 and 1904. The living area for the 4 comparables ranges from a low of 1,692 square feet to a high of 2,140 square feet. Comparables 1 and 2 have full part area basements, similar to the subject, while comparables 3 and 4 have full basements. Only comparable number 2 has some basement finish. The bathroom counts, as you can see, are laid out before you. Only comparable number 4 has central air conditioning, similar to the subject, according to our records. Comparable number 4 also has a fireplace. And only comparable number 3 has a garage, and it's a detached double garage. The lot sizes for the 4 comparables range significantly. From comparable number 2 here is down around 3,000 square feet, while comparable number 1 is the exact same size as the subject property, 6,141 square feet with all the same influences. Time adjusted sale price for the 4 comparables ranges from a low of $237 to a high of $375, $375,200, I should say, or a time adjusted sale price per square foot ranging from a low of $123.31 to a high of $196.69. The 2021 assessment is currently set at $349,000. That was amended from $249,000, so exactly $100,000 increase through supplemental assessment notice. This was due to a back addition that was rebuilt essentially with a declared construction value of around $120,000. You can take that number with a grain of salt; they're not always accurate. And in my opinion, comparable number 1 is clearly the best comparable between 136 and 140 Sherbrooke Street. It's the adjacent property. It's also a multifamily conversion and shares many of the same characteristics. So we are recommending that the value be maintained at $349,000 or $166 per square foot. Thank you.
Mr. O'Shaughnessy, do you have questions about what the assessor has presented?
No, that's all pretty accurate. I guess central air is only for one of the units, not 2 in the duplex there. That would be the only thing on there that's a little bit of a discrepancy, but I don't know if that's for this part or next.
All right. Mr. Marks, do you have questions?
Not at this time, thank you.
Oh, actually, I do have one question, sorry.
Go ahead.
For the assessor, assessments are supposed to be done every 2 years according to the city bylaws, that's right?
That's right.
Was an assessment done in 2020 for the property?
Yes, the 2020 assessment would have been done for the property.
Can you tell me, because the only notification I have here, I have a 2018 assessment that was done for an assessment year of 2020. So this was done October 25th, 2018, the market value date April 1st, 2018, with a proposed market value of $249,000, which is the same as it was just increased. So I don't have any information on an assessment done in 2020, which would have been the 2-year timeline. So can you tell me if that was done? As I've gotten no records from the city on that.
So what you just read out was the 2020 reassessment. We reassess in advance in that way.
Okay, so in 2020, which would have been the 2-year mark, which is normally reassessed for 2022. Was that done? I don't have any information of a 2020 assessment redone for the 2022 assessment year.
No, and we're actually in a bit of an oddball situation because City Council changed that, so we didn't do one during COVID, where we should have done one for 2 years, and they pushed it to 3 years. So the next assessment is actually not for 2020, but for 2021.
Okay, and that doesn't violate any provincial bylaw rules or anything like that on the 2-year? I'm just checking because it's supposed to be done every 2 years, according to the province, as far as I know.
That is well above my pay grade.
Okay.
I can clarify that. While we're on the topic, I can clarify that for you, Mr. O'Shaughnessy. The 2020 reassessment, they're referred to as reassessments every 2 years. It has a reference date of April 1st, 2018. So when you get a notice in 2020, it says this is what your value would have been on 2018. The assessors, of course, have to look backwards in order to get sufficient data. So it's a 2-year lag.
Yep.
Then in 2021, the same values are used as in 2020, unless you made some physical change. And obviously the assessors have picked that up for 2021. Normally, 2022 would be the next reassessment using a reference date of April 1st, 2020. However, the provincial government, not the city, the provincial government changed the Assessment Act. And what they have done is they have prolonged this to be a 3-year interval because of the pandemic rather than a 2-year. So this is going to be a 3-year cycle instead of 2. So next year, same values would obtain, again, unless there was some physical change.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. So, further questions?
I have none.
Mr. Marks?
I have none. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kupfer, looking at the location of the subject property, one of your comps, number 1, is right adjacent to it. What else is in, within a short stretch back on either side of that property? Is this a string of residential properties, or is it very intermixed with commercial?
The adjacent properties appear to all be similar back behind the property. So it's a back lane, and then behind on the other side looks to be a larger multifamily building. And then across the street as well, there appears to be some sort of commercial influence as well.
There, okay. All right.
Add a little bit to the surrounding properties and stuff.
Go ahead.
Okay. Also across the street from me is the Resource Access for a youth building. They're an agency that deals with under 25 transient population. So our neighborhood, they do a lot of great work in the neighborhood, but it does attract a lot of the more homeless transient crowd. Regularly large groups sleeping outside in that, and the multifamily resident behind me is a co-op that has a large number of balconies that look down into my back property on there. It's a 4-story unit there with about 16 units that overlook my property, which is directly in the middle facing it.
All right. Well, I had no more questions, and since you're on a roll, could you carry on, Mr. O'Shaughnessy, with the rest of your information?
Obviously, I've had a very large increase to my property value this year. Now, back in 2018, when it was the last sort of market value reassessment, that was done prior to or the permit work that I'm assuming most of this valuation is based on was all pulled prior to that market value date, and work was started before that. I'm just not sure if any of that was sort of assessed at the time for it, because that was back in 2017 that the work started on the property there. As well as, so I've been, unlike some of our previous ones, I've been a homeowner here since 2010. And back in 2010, when I purchased the property, my property value, it was valued at $82,000. Combined property taxes approximately $1,300. And just to show you where I'm at now, I'm at a value of $349 with combined property taxes of $4,600. So that's a $3,300 increase over the 11 years on that one. I also had a very large increase between 2010 and 12, and I think that was also related to a permit that was pulled in 2010 to redo a bunch of work on the inside of the house. That work was never done, as it was far beyond the affordable scope of what I could do at the time. That permit was never closed, so I'm not sure for property values when they're done, how much work is simply done on the information on the permit or actual work completed, because between 2010 and 2011, the property value of went up from 82,000 to 168,000. And although I did replace the electrical at that time, the other work on the permit was never done, which created a bit of a permit issue when I did this new work, because that was never closed. There was some confusion between myself and the permit board on that, because I thought it was at the time. So a lot of the work in that 2010 permit was never done then, was done in the ones pulled in 2017. So I'm wondering if my property is sort of faced a double overlap of the same work in terms of the value increase in that, because the only work done between 2010 and 11 was the electrical on the property. And although electrical work has a big increase, an $86,000 increase for $12,000 in electrical seems quite large. So that would be my issue, is I feel like my assessment value is being done on the same work twice when it's only been done once.
Any further information?
No, if I can't speak to, you can't speak to assessment square footage value, I'm guessing, compared to the other properties listed. Is that
That's right. We stick to the actual sale values.
Okay. When you say actual sale value, I'm just curious why you do for the property assessment. You know, the sale value is looked at, but for other properties, the sale value and the assessment value, there's a wide discrepancy between what's done. So I'm curious as why for my property, a sale value and assessed value are considered one and the same, when there seems to be a big difference between other properties.
Mr. Kupfer, could you answer that?
I would say that we update our assessments as often as possible. Admittedly, there are many assessments within the city that are out of date and haven't been reviewed recently by an assessor, which is likely why the assessment is not in line with the sale price for all of the properties.
Okay, some of the massive differences most of them are in the neighborhood of about $60,000, and with sale prices I see listed 5 years old. So are you saying that, for instance, the house next to me, no one's looked at it in the last 5 years?
I can pull up that specific property and see if we have any recent inspection notes. Yeah, the property was inspected according to our notes back in around 2017.
Okay, so that would have been after the sale price of $325,000. Maybe you can just explain to me, when a house sells for $325,000 in 2021, I know this can't compare to my own property or value. What makes up for a value, an assessment value $60,000 lower than a sale value on a property when you have a verified sale on it?
It could be a number of factors. The property could have been appealed, for example, and reduced by the Board of Revision. People sometimes overpay for properties or underpay for properties. Again, our assessments are derived using a larger sample size, not just specific to an individual sale price.
Okay, thanks for that.
Any further information?
No, I don't think so.
All right. Mr. Kupfer, do you have questions of Mr. O'Shaughnessy?
No, I don't believe I do.
Mr. Marks?
Yes, regarding the permit you took out in 2010, the only work that's been done regarding that permit is the electrical upgrade?
Yeah, so there were 2 permits pulled. There was 1 permit pulled for a full electrical upgrade. All the wiring was redone throughout both units, and a separation was done just because there was only 1 panel at the time for both duplexes, like for the duplex. We had separated the 2 units, upper and lower, on that. So that electrical permit was pulled and closed with the city. The other permit, which is, I don't know if you want the number or not, it was a non-structural alteration repair permit that basically encompassed doing just cutting the ripping out old cabinets and stuff from the kitchen. The same thing with the bathroom. So not redoing any plumbing or electrical on the units downstairs and upstairs, but basically upgrading both kitchens and bathrooms on both units. And that subsequent work was never done. The permit wasn't closed until 2017 when the new permits were pulled to do the work on that.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
And I have no questions, so that concludes this discussion. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Shaughnessy. You will receive an order in the mail as quickly as we can send that out to you. And thank you for appearing today.
Perfect, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Give me a second to find the next one.
Hello?
Hello.
One moment, please. All right, I have the assessor's information for the next one on the docket. That is 3009 McPhillips Street. Mr. Kupfer, I understand that we have at issue value, classification, and liability. Is that correct?
That is correct. Unlike the other farm properties that we've discussed earlier, this classification change is from class 31 farm use value to class 30 farm use. Unlike the others that were actual residential properties that were being improperly classified as farms. So that's the change in classification that we've made for this property.
Okay, just to clarify, you're going from farm use, you're removing it. It is farm property, class 30.
That's correct.
Correct. It's just the farm use that was removed.
That's right, and that's because it's, to the best of our knowledge, it is not being actively farmed. But because there's no residential component to it, it's not classed as 10T. It should be classed as 30, which is just vacant agricultural land.
Okay, so we got all 3 matters to deal with. Proceed.
Okay. Parcel ID number 500.
I'm sorry, I don't need to affirm my applicant.
Yes, I'm sorry. My apologies. I must be getting punchy.
Mr. Applicant, would you please state your full name?
Campbell Gordon A.
Can you affirm the evidence you're about to present is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. The assessor will present. The assessor will present his evidence first. So just one moment, please. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Kupfer.
Parcel ID number 5009 424-945 3009 McPhillips Street. It's in the Rosser Old Kildonan area. is vacant agricultural land, just under 11 acres, or about 476,000 square feet. We have a heavy traffic influence on the land, as well as no sewer and no water. The 2021 assessment for the property is set at $604,000, or about $55,000 per acre. The four comparables are all vacant agriculturally zoned land, similar to the subject. They're all in the Rosser Old Kildonan area, similar to the subject. The land area, square foot an acre, is laid out before you. There's some variation from a low of 4.9 acres to 20.82 acres between comparables 3 and 4. The influences are fairly similar. Again, it's laid out before you. Sale prices for the four comparables, again, range from a low of about 255,000 to a high of over about 1.2 million, for a sale price per acre ranging from $26,593 to a high of $103,100, to which the subject property is essentially square in the middle. And page 2 of the brief shows our map, of course, with the four comparables. And then we also have some photos attached down further down, just to show that there's no buildings present and nothing is actively being farmed on the property. So we are recommending that the assessment of $604,000 be maintained, as well as the class code change from class 31 to class 30, from farm use value to simple farm property. Thank you.
Mr. Capellas, do you have questions of the assessor about what he has presented?
Yes, I do, and for yourself, sir. First of all, can I just ask the assessor or can I ask you as well? I'm not sure if I have his full brief or not, or if I've been somewhat prejudiced because I didn't receive anything like other people did this morning who attended. They got the assessor's brief. I have received 2 pages by mail from the assessor or the assessor's assistant that I spoke to, and the pages consist of the 4 comparables and the subject property, and also a map. Is there more to what he's referring to than what I have?
Mr. Kupfer?
And by the way, the name is Capellas.
The assessor is Kupfer. Mr. Kupfer, could you answer that?
I believe I submitted an 8-page brief, but it was prepared by another member of our department, so there might have been some error, some miscommunication.
Ms. Rojo, do you know what went to Mr. Capellas?
No, that was delivered by the assessment department.
Well, with respect, can I indicate what I received? That's exactly what I received, was just the 2 pages, not even a covering letter, after I spoke to the party who explained to me how the proceedings were going to be conducted on the new date. I hear about an 8-page brief. I also have received a copy of the notice letter, which again, I'm concerned that I'm being significantly prejudiced, because in that letter on page 2, if I can just read the closing final paragraph, you will be provided with additional instructions required to join the meeting once all of this information has been confirmed. None of that, I've been waiting for that, none of that was ever received by me. And as I said, the brief is I don't have the brief, and in all fairness, how can I possibly respond or put forward a full, fair submission in these circumstances?
All right. Mr. Kupfer, you say somebody else was responsible for the transmission of the information to Mr. Capellas? Capellas, I'm sorry, Capellas.
Yes.
Emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Capellas.
Yep, Capellas. As Capellas Drive.
My understanding is Mr. Capellas didn't have access to a computer, so the information was mailed out to him by somebody in the city clerk's office. I think it was Bellin who emailed me a week or two beforehand just to confirm that this was the brief that was going out, and I don't have any information beyond that.
Okay, so you don't know for sure what information was sent to Mr. Capellas. Okay,
that's correct.
Let's take a short recess. We will come back in a few minutes.
Okay, everyone's back into the meeting.
And you're live.
All right. So, Mr. Capellas, did you receive the page from the assessor that shows the comparable properties?
That I did. I said there were 2 pages. There's a map showing the location of the comparables, and there's a little table showing the subject property and 4 comparables.
All right. Well, we've concluded that that is really the only germane information. There were some photos, but the photos aren't really that important. We'd like to hear about
with respect, if I could interject, I think the photos are important because one of the major things at issue here is suddenly changing this from agricultural, which river lots 31 and 32 in their in their 100 and some 17 acres at one time were always agricultural and never vacant. There was either buildings, there was electricity, there was buildings that a building that got burned down by trespassers.
Mr. Capellas, sorry, I got to interrupt you, but that is what we want to hear, and that story is far more important to us than those actual photos. Those photos are just, one moment in time is your story that we would like to hear about, and the assessor's story. So we would like to proceed on that basis and give you full opportunity to tell us about.
Can I just ask one question about the photo of the 10.9 acres? Is it from McPhillips showing the property to what's left of the bush?
Mr. Kupfer, can you answer that?
It does appear so. The first photo is just a Google Street View, so that would have been taken from McPhillips. The other photos, it looked like we sent out one of our technical assistants, and he just stood at the edge and took a few different photos from different angles. Again, I'm okay with disregarding the rest of the brief other than the first 2 pages. That includes the comparable sales in the map because that is the meat of the presentation.
That would be our intent. It's really not that critical for us at all. So, given
that's helpful to me, Mr. Chairperson. I do appreciate you having the assessor indicate what the photos are, because I think that's going to be very germane to my submission. My first submission.
All right. Thank you. Then,
may I proceed?
Well, we will start with the assessors.
Or should I ask him further questions?
No, just a second, though. We have all 3 matters at issue here. So is there really, though, I haven't heard anything about liability. Mr. Kupfer, is there actually a liability issue here, or is it merely the issue that farm use has been taken off and it remains as farm property?
To the best of my knowledge, the only issue here is the classification. And that is, of course, the burden of proof for any matters of classification, liability, the taxation are on the applicant.
So in that case, Mr. Kapelos, there really isn't, you're not seeking some form of exemption from taxation.
Yes, I am. That's my preliminary submission, is that I should be exempt. And having talked to the assessor, I was informed
that is not actually, that's not under the legislation actually referred to as liability to taxation. That change of farm use assessment to just farm property is not actually a liability issue. So we will carry on.
But I understood from the lady that I spoke to, who was from assessment, who said she would send me the two documents I have, the map and the table. She said the raison d'être or rationale for the change in assessment, that is, that it's still agricultural property, but on account of it being vacant, unused land, the taxation was being changed. And my position is that it shouldn't have been changed.
No. The taxation is immaterial here. We don't deal with taxation. What we do address, though, is the assessment. The assessed value would have changed as a result of going from farm use to farm property. Mr. Cuffer,
so I want to show that it's still farm use.
Okay, Mr. Cuffer, just to clarify, can I get you to explain what farm use actually is and how that is different than the farm property classification?
So farm use value is essentially a subset of farm property. So it needs to have all the qualifications of being a farm property. And then further to that, it also needs to be actively farmed in order to qualify for farm use value. And to the best of our knowledge, it isn't. However, because there is no residential component to the property, it is still classified as Class 30 farm property because of its zoning and because there is no other classification to assign for it other than farm. So farm use value, essentially what it is a way so that farmers don't get squeezed out of their property who are actively farming and want to continue farming. So the idea is it gets set at a specific value. It's $4,000 per acre. And that's determined by the province. We have no say in what that value is. And that gets applied to any farm use value property that's being actively farmed within the city. If it's applied for by the owner.
All right. So I don't believe we truly have a liability issue here because we're not dealing with one of the exceptions under Section 21, 22, or 23 of the Municipal Assessment Act or a specific exemption under another act. We're really dealing with a classification issue here with that subset of farm use. So,
can I make my submission about the farm use now, Mr. Chairperson?
Just a second. I've got to figure out actually where we're at here. So we've had the presentation by Mr. Kupfer, and at this point, do you have any specific questions, Mr. Kapelos, of the assessor about that information without actually going into your evidence, or do you want to just wait until it's your turn for evidence?
I could maybe ask him a question or two, if I may, please.
Yes, please.
Mr. Assessor, did you go through the entire 10.9 acres, or you just did a quick look off McPhillips off the highway, take a few pictures, and that was the extent of your exam of the property?
We sent out one of our technical assistants to go and do an exterior, just walk about of the property and take some photos. I can't speak to exactly how many acres he would have covered.
Well, that's pretty important. I'm beginning to think I'm going to be prejudiced by not knowing what those photos show. You did indicate that the photos were from the highway, right?
We're not looking at the photos, sir. We're not going to look at them. So you're not prejudiced.
Well, if I'm going to find out how well the property was inspected, and we're now getting into hearsay, we're not talking about it was somebody else that was sent out to look at the property. Is there a report or something that you're relying on to say that there is no farm use?
That's a fair question.
Yeah, we're relying on the photos of the property and the inspection that was done.
Well, again, I think this is a bit unfair. I really need to be able to see those photos because that's germane and to what my pending evidence is on to counter that.
Well,
I need to know how you've reached this conclusion that it's not farm use.
Your point's taken, Mr. Kapelos. Mr. Kupfer, you said a while ago that you were willing to disregard the photos, so you can't make reference to them now.
I only referenced them because I was asked about them, sir.
Let's disregard the photos. What information, Mr. Kapelos is obviously asking, what information is there to attest to the fact that tech who was sent out did a thorough look and there is no farming going on the property?
The notes made by the tech that went out stating that there is no evidence of any farming. And then also beyond any submission that's done, one of the photos that was included was a Google Street View. So anybody can see that, again, without looking at any submission. And then, of course, there were photos with the inspection, but those are irrelevant for this discussion.
All right, thank you. Mr.
I'm not sure what he's referring to. What's the Google Street View?
Mr. Kupfer?
This is essentially a photograph taken of the property, would have been from McPhillips Street. That's visible. They drive a car around the entire city and you can essentially follow around and have a moment in time vision. This one was all the way back from 2016 that shows that there is no farming taking place.
Mr. Kapelos, do you have further questions of the assessor?
Was there any contact with any of the neighbors or with any of in immediately around those 10 acres as to people accessing the property or doing anything on the property?
I have no notes about any contacting any of the neighboring properties, so I would suggest no.
Okay. I don't think I need to ask any more questions. I'd like to make my submission on the point about the classification and to provide evidence that it is farm use property.
All right, we will get to that shortly. But Mr. Marks, do you have any questions of the assessor?
No,
Pardon me, I didn't hear that.
Not at this time, thank you.
Ms. Rempel, do you have questions?
I have no questions.
Now, with respect to your presentation that has the map, if I can just find this again. This subject property, am I right in concluding that it falls between McPhillips Street and another street, and is that an open street?
No,
I'm asking Mr. Kupfer.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I could answer that.
No.
Yeah, it's McGregor Street, running behind McPhillips there.
McGregor, eh? Oh, yeah. Okay. And that is an open street.
I'm just pulling it up on my satellite imagery here. My satellite imagery from 2018 isn't showing a complete road, so I'm assuming it's a newly built street.
It's a what?
A newly built street.
May I assist the board, Mr. Chairperson? I have knowledge going back to the 1950s about the property.
Mr. Kaplis, please. No, not yet. Wait for your time to present information, okay? And that could include you providing information that comes to your mind as a result of questions that we ask. What is the depth of this lot, Mr. Kupfer?
As you can see, it's an L-shaped lot, so measuring approximately from its border on McPhillips Street to the back, showing about 620 feet. And then lengthways from the long ways of the L, just under 1,000 feet.
Okay. And does any of that property contain bush, or is it all open land?
There is definitely some bush, some tree cover, but I would say it's primarily open land.
Okay. That would be my questions. So now we turn to you, Mr. Kaplis, for your information that you can present to us.
First of all, just to set the record straight, or for the record, the McGregor is the McGregor Street extension, which was appropriated some 40 years ago. It was back, I think, in about the 60s that extension was appropriated, but that's all that's there is the expropriation. And from my communications last with people at the city of Winnipeg, including in the legal department, nothing further was in the foreseeable future is happening. That's not a complete street. It is just a right-of-way that was expropriated from myself, the owner of River Lots 31 and 32, and from my late dad, TFL Kaplis, who owned River Lots 33 and 34. So, and then there was other people expropriated going on an angle towards real McGregor Street in the city of Winnipeg. As for my evidence on this point is the river lots were always farm use property. There were periods where the farm use was interrupted by renegings on farm lease agreements, no shows, taking the crop, not paying for it, reluctance to summer fallow and give the land a rest from time to time, as was recommended by the owners. That's my dad and myself. And so to say that that's no longer actively farm property is very inaccurate, and especially inaccurate for the fact that the B-man, that's Mr. John Amadek, and I will spell his name for you. If I just grab the paper here, it's Amedick, John. I have his phone number, but I've tried to contact him, and I've not had any contact with him through this year or the previous pandemic year, and mainly on account of that. But I did speak to him prior to that, the last time I visited Winnipeg about 3 years ago. And Mr. Amadek was still carrying on with a farm lease agreement for beehives. In that bush that was not inspected or examined, behind in the background is quite a extensive beehive setup that Mr. Amadek has run for years. It goes back as long as to my dad passed away in 1999, and that agreement was in effect at least for about 10 years prior to that, and thereafter, even after my dad passed away. When I last spoke to Mr. Amadek, he was concerned about the accumulation of our share of the honey crop. And I, at that time, instructed him to donate anything on my behalf of my share to, say, Women's Shelter, the Diabetes Association, a number of different agencies that I had in mind that could use the honey product. And he produced substantial quantities of honey year after year. And I said, as far as delivery to me, that could be waived as long as he carried on. And he also acted as kind of the watchman and guard on our property for whenever there was an incident, like a stolen car was abandoned on the property one year and burned. He let me know about that. He let me know when our building was burned down. He let me know when a neighbor was hooked up illegally to our hydro power onto the property. And so, as I say, to somehow say that that's vacant property is misleading and inaccurate. I regard that still as farm property. I would, anytime I went to Winnipeg, I always looked up Mr. Amadek. And the last I heard, he did have some health problems, but said he was still carrying on with the beekeeping business and that his son was helping him. Accordingly, I think this should bring this matter to an end, but I'm prepared to make a submission on the comparables as well. But the beekeeping aspect makes it farm property. I should also indicate that there was a reference to, I think, my current neighbors, and I have been in contact with their lawyers, and here I'm talking about with whatchamacallit, with the neighbors, Borger Brothers, or AKA Ladco, as they're known, and I'm waiting to hear from their property management officer about finding a new sharecrop tenant for the non-bush parts of my approximate 10 acres, and for the 100-some acres or almost 200 plus acres that they now own. So this is not vacant land, and it is only vacant because of the vagaries and uncertainties of finding good farm tenants within the Winnipeg area. And then, of course, the pandemic has not helped in the last year and a half to almost 2 years.
Okay. Mr. Kupfer, do you have questions of Mr. Kapelos?
Are there any buildings currently on the land?
No, the last building was burned. I had to demolish the old farm building, the old barn and shed, because they were becoming somewhat dilapidated, and there was some risk there of maybe children or somebody trespassing and ending up getting hurt. So those had to be leveled. And upon getting notice of that, I was given time to remove them, and that took a while because of the inclement weather that particular year, where the heavy-duty equipment couldn't come in there to level them.
Okay, so you're appealing the 2021 assessment year. So what crops are being grown on the property right now?
At the moment, as I say, we have not. I'm still owed money by the last two tenants, and one who was going to do a market garden. And unfortunately, this was somebody that I'd known for years, and that was done on a handshake as opposed to a formal contract. A year went by, I didn't hear from him, and another year went by, and then I found out that he hadn't even bothered to look after the overgrowth of grass near the neighbor's property that was a cause of complaint to the city. So I had to have that looked after by somebody else altogether. So at the moment, I do not have a contract with anybody. I have breach contracts, and I'm, as I say, discussing with the neighbors to find a bona fide tenant, because that's prime land, those three lots that deserve to be farmed and used to produce yields that were almost record-breaking, and regarded at Federal Grain Elevator down on Logan as one of the most productive pieces of land north of Winnipeg.
So nothing is being nothing is being produced on the land this year, to clarify.
Not just the bee crop, is the honey is the only thing that's being done, but that has been done continuously, and as I say, that is still a farm lease arrangement, and that is an agricultural or a farm product, and I know of a perspective if Mr. Amadek reaches the point where he can't carry on. There's another beekeeping operation that has approached me and said anytime those hives and everything are available, I would be happy to become involved and either purchase them and carry on the beekeeping.
How many hives are on the property?
That I couldn't say, but I know there's a fair number, because my dad had a basement full of quart containers of honey, and that was just ours was a nominal share of what was being produced. And I do recall seeing them. There's just not one or two hives or something.
Okay. Have you presented any evidence? I didn't really receive a submission from you regarding any commercial crop production or anything to substantiate this.
No. This is the other thing with the pandemic. I had asked for a longer adjournment to hopefully give me time to come back to Winnipeg for the hearing, because I should emphasize that on all previous occasions in the past, I have always flown back, and whether it was about the demolition of the buildings, I didn't get proper notice. I came back and I said, I understand the city's concern and those buildings need to be put down, but I need time. I was granted it. My appeal was partially successful, and I was granted time to make certain that was done in due course and properly. And I would still like an opportunity to come back and ascertain exactly what's going on back there, and to produce any evidence that the board may want me to provide them with.
So when was the last time?
Mention too, I am 82. I've had quadruple bypass. I'm a diabetic, but I'll still come back. And I'm a bit concerned that you folks are even functioning today, because I have relatives and friends in the
that
city.
Be as it may, Mr. Capitalist, we have to deal with the matters before us. Mr.
I understand
Hupfer,
that.
do you have any additional questions?
I was just going to ask, when was the last time you actually spoke with this person who's supposedly beekeeping on your property?
I said before the pandemic, the last time I was in Winnipeg, which was about 3 years ago.
So 3 years ago was the last time you were able to verify that there was anything happening here?
Well, I don't. That's not a fair way of putting the question. I know he still had the hives, and he was still. The only thing he mentioned was that he was concerned about the accumulation of not providing me or my nominee with the share of the honey, and that he was having some health problems, but that his son was helping him, and he was still managing to keep the beekeeping business going.
Okay, no further questions.
Mr. Marks, questions?
Just one. When was the last grain crop on that property?
I honestly must say I can't say for certain, because the sharecropping involved both my sister and my late sister and I when she was alive, and sometimes I would be the one who would look after the leasing. Other times she had somebody leasing who would be doing both of our properties. And I don't want to guess. I can find out. I can inform myself and look through my records and see when it would be. But I know it's a while because, as I say, I've had difficulty finding anybody reliable. And after being stung on the thing for people getting a good harvest, and then with a bad year disappearing on me and saying we're no longer farming, or you can start an action against me to collect what we owe. I've had to proceed somewhat more judiciously in trying to find a reliable sharecrop party.
Mr. Marks, further questions?
No, that's it. Thank you very much.
Ms. Rempel?
Yes, I just have one question. Do you have a lease agreement with Mr. Amadek to use the property?
No, that was always, he was almost like a friend of the family, and that was, there was never anything on record between us. That was always a handshake and our word.
And you indicated that you had his phone number, but you haven't spoken with him in 3 years?
No, I've tried to, and I was not getting an answer, and then the last time I tried was during the interval here to see if I could get an update from him, and unfortunately the landline is no longer in use. The number I had was 204-233-4138, and I suspect that might have changed to a cell phone, which many people are doing these days, and I've tried to look up to see if there was a different number or listing for him, and was unsuccessful. That's why I look forward to I'd hope to go back for the hearing in a few months when the pandemic had settled down, and be able to attend personally and look him up and find out what his situation was, and to see if there was a need to transfer the operation to the other party who I know is a full part-time beekeeper who's seriously interested in that location and the hives that are there.
Okay, Ms. Rempel, do you have further questions?
That's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Kapelis, where is the bush on that property relative to the map that the assessor has provided? Where would that bush be?
If I can just, if you'll give me a second. If you see it would be kind of almost behind that jog. So you not only have the little lots in front that were chopped off the property, and that was before my dad acquired the big parcel of land that had already been deleted, and so it's behind that in that back part. And the bush there did suffer some damage a few years ago when there was a lot of the flooding and backing up of the ditch system along McPhillips. I trust you.
Okay, but so the bush is at the back of that portion of this funny shaped lot that actually fronts onto McPhillips. So the very back part of that portion of it is where the bush is.
And over towards I'm assuming it'd be the 31 side.
Sorry, I don't see a 31.
and 32.
I don't have a 31 on the map. Relative to your lot.
It used to be that those, if you look at that L-shaped, roughly where, if you cut that parcel in half, that L shape at the V there, and went straight back to the tracks, that's where you got 31, 32, 33, 34, up to that double line beyond. That was 4 huge river lots that took in approximately something like about 250 acres.
Okay, so it's at the back of that top portion of your lot that is bush. And you're saying McGregor, which appears as a road, is actually not open. Is that covered by bush as well, and the bush goes farther to the east?
They went through with bulldozers and did do a grading, which of course has now with time almost disappeared. There was actually what looked like a right-of-way, and at one time the city was seriously talking about proceeding with the McGregor Street extension, and then as from time to time, as I spoke to anybody from the city of Winnipeg, the word was, well, that's now
okay, but I don't need the history. I just need to know how much bush is there. So the bush is on your property. It's a relatively small acreage. Correct me if I'm wrong. And it is within that bush that the beehives are. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, that was Mr. Amadek put them there so they wouldn't be visible and to poachers and people coming on and stealing the
common practice. Now, the rest of the lot that is not bush, what is happening on it now?
Well, as I say, I'm trying to work with the neighbors
I know what you're
to
trying
find a good tenant.
That's not my question. My question is, what is being done on it now? Has it just gone to weeds? Is it plowed regularly? Is it hayed? What happens with it now?
No, it has to be cut because if whoever I make arrangements with doesn't follow through, I'm reminded by the city inspectors that things have been allowed to grow to a point that there's got to be a mowing or wherever. So that is looked after from time to time.
So you're saying that it's mowed. Is it plowed or is it just mowed?
I believe I at one time did have it plowed. I had it, in fact, the fellow that lives now next door has that little sliver on the highway. He actually borrowed some of our equipment to plow it and to work his own garden and whatnot. So it was plowed in the past.
Okay. Now, going back to the road there, McGregor, is that currently accessible by car?
No, it's just a right of way, and it's actually, I think I know where it is, but you might be hard pressed, except subject to I don't know what my neighbors have done to maybe demark their border with me. Okay. They maybe have put up a fence or but not really because they share my gate. Their access is basically still through the one access to river lots 31 and 32 for all of 31, 32, and 34.
Okay, so I'm going to turn now to the assessor for another question. That is, Mr. Kupfer, did the technician who went out to look at the property, did that technician go up or down what is the McGregor right-of-way? in order to see what's going on in that southerly portion of the lot? Or would that person have only viewed the portion of the lot that can be seen directly from McPhillips?
I can't say with 100% certainty, but in likelihood, they would have driven up McPhillips, parked off on the side, and then walked onto the property from that. I guess we're looking at the westerly direction. I'd be surprised if they went and walked the entire property and went searching through the bush. But yeah, based on the inspection and the photos that were taken, no beehives were observed, and they're not observable on our satellite imagery either. So if they're there, they're well hidden, as the owner has indicated.
So the technician did not report the presence of beehives?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, that's all my questions. Does anybody require summation?
I'm good.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay. In that case, that concludes the hearing on this matter. Thank you very much, Mr. Capellas.
One moment, Mr. Chairman. What about the alternative of the comparables? Do you want to hear me on that as well?
Oh, are you contesting the assessed value relative to those, or was it just a matter? Okay, sorry.
No, I did it on the basis if the board is prepared to accept my submission, then but as in the alternative, I have a strong submission to show why that should be substantially reduced, and which comparables are valid and which ones aren't.
Then my apologies. Let's carry on with that part of the argument then.
You want me to continue?
I'm sorry.
I was saying we don't have a submission.
What is the second item in my file list then called item 9?
There's a letter. That's it.
The letter originally received with the application.
Okay. However, Mr. Capellas is saying that he has information and argument relative to the actual value, the assessed value. So then we will hear that.
May I proceed, sir?
Go ahead.
Thank you. If I can just quickly draw your attention to the comparables that we referred to earlier, that table. And in particular, I would like to point out that comparable 4 should be emphasized as the only true comparable, and the fact that it fronts McPhillips on the west side might be argued lessens its comparable value or weight, and I say not really, because that would be offset by my property being on the east side, but being smaller and quite irregular in its size. So there's almost the perfect comparison there of two comparables very close to each other, very proximate, and their differences indicate why they should be rated very similarly. I should mention too that I did approach a evaluator in this regard, and he agreed with he examined the table and the map, and is familiar with the area, having done other evaluations. I'm speaking of a Mr. Broati, and that's Tim, the younger of the Broatis, and he concurred that was the best comparable. I would then move on to say that the other comparable that distorts and skews the 4 used to come up with a mean figure should not even be considered or included. I would refer to that as the Timmerman property, which was the Timmerman Dairy Farm for years. And the reason I say that is a non-comparable.
Which one are you talking about
for
now?
a number of reasons. Pardon?
Mr. Kapoulis, which one are you talking about now?
I'm talking about comparable number 2, the big one, the one that went for $1 million plus.
Okay.
And if I can point out why that is not even close to being a comparable, it's for these reasons. First of all, it is perfectly rectangular and much larger than any of the other 3 properties in the group of comparables. I would also point out that Murray is already a major right-of-way and or certainly a future major connector between McPhillips and Main Street. It'll be the next, when I was a kid, it was Leela, and then it was Jefferson, and then Murray will be the next major street. And so not only is Murray a major street, we're talking about a bigger piece of land, regular shape, more acreage, and double frontage on McPhillips and on Murray. This also was Mr. Broady made it not really a fair or reasonable comparison to the other properties. That is the extent of my submission. I think the only other thing I would point out too is that the Timmerman property is not only Murray, but it's closer to where the city is already moving and where there apparently are developments contemplated. So we're talking about not in the not distant future, or maybe within our time, or your time more likely than mine, that there'll be sewer, water, and full-blown developments going in there. So that one should not be included at all. And accordingly, it's my submission that that would almost reduce the mean average, if you just use the other 3, to approximately half of that 4,000 new assessment value that the assessor is proposing, or that has been put forward.
Okay.
That's my submission.
Thank you. Mr. Kupfer, questions?
You stated you had somebody evaluate the property. What was the figure that they determined the property was worth?
I beg your pardon?
What was the value that was it Browerty?
I didn't, no, I did not say I had him evaluate. I said I sent him the pictures and the map and had a consult phone call, and he said that he felt there was no need for a report, that I would be fine just making my submission on my own, and all we discussed was the assessment. That's why I specifically contacted him about the assessment.
Okay. Have you been approached or had any discussions about selling the property by any developers or anything like that?
I have, but I've indicated to all the developers that unless I receive an offer I can't refuse. The property is not for sale, and I'm not eager to sell it. And that's where things stand right now.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Marks, do you have questions?
Just one. you say that the value that's on the assessment is not what you would like to see it at. What would you like to see it at?
Well, it's not so much what I would like to see it at. I would not, I still, as you know from my first submission, feel that it should be where it was as agricultural land. I think for a fair amount, it should be, as I indicated, I think approximately, if you took the mean of the three other ones, it comes to somewhere just between a third and a half of what's been assessed. And that I think would be fair, if that assessment is to stand.
Okay.
And if that classification is to stand.
Thank you. No further
Ms.
questions.
Rempel, do you have questions?
No, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Okay. Just to clarify, so given the location of the bush, am I correct in thinking that if one was to crop on that property, it would really be two separate pieces that would be cropped, and you would not be able to go directly from one, seeding all the way around the little wedge there and onto the next one? It would have to be actually cropped as two separate pieces?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, given where you said the shrub is,
yeah,
it is at the back of the top part of that L, close to McGregor. Can a tractor?
It'd be close to McGregor and the 31 of the 31 and 32 and 33 and 34 going north.
Yeah, but we don't have those numbers, so I have no idea where that is. But that's not germane.
Okay.
What I'm asking you is, if a tractor, Mr. Kaplis, hang on. If a tractor was cropping the front part between McPhillips and the bush, would it be able to crop all the way around to the other part of the L continuously, or is the bush in the way? It can't get to the other part of the L.
No, it gets to the other part of the L very easily. I go back when our first tractor was an Oliver lug-wheeled tractor, my dad's first tractor, and that was grain, the front portion, the portion to the north, and everything back to the tracks. The only thing was the homestead, the farmyard. And in those days, there was enough room to always maneuver through the farmyard with equipment to do everything.
Mr. Kaplis, let's confine it to what I'm really trying to find out. Does the bush separate that L shape into two parts, and you would not be able to run a combine, a tractor from one part to the other, cropping continuously, or is the bush not really an impediment to getting from one part of the L to the other?
I can emphatically say it was never an impediment, and our equipment included an international harvester, self-propelled, case pull types, John Deere Caterpillars. We had all kinds of equipment, and we farmed the whole yard, the whole property, except for the house.
Don't need an inventory. I just needed you to say yes or no. All right.
Yes.
So that's all of my questions about the value then. Unless I'm missing something, I think we have finally come to the end. We will be deliberating following this hearing. We will come up with a decision, and then you will receive that decision by order.
Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman, and thanks the board, the panel of the board.
Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you for appearing. Bye-bye.
Take care, everybody. Take extra care. Bye.
Yes. Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
All right. Take 5 minutes before we deliberate.
Pardon me?
What is your pleasure about deliberating? You want to take 5 minutes? You want to find lunch? What would you like to do?
Mr. Boreski, does that conclude our meeting?
That does conclude our meeting, except for the deliberation.
I think we should just plow ahead.
Still live.
That's fine with me.